How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to our latest severe weather coverage, and I hope everybody's having a good evening thus far on this fantastic Flying Fences Friday. Today's severe weather live stream, it could be an interesting one. It also might not be interesting at all. It's going to depend on what happens here over the next couple hours in terms of the severe storms that we already have out there. We have severe storms going. We do have a tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight, so we could see the potential for a couple of tornadoes over the next few hours, which is why we're going live across parts of northwestern Missouri and even northeast Kansas. We also have a threat of severe weather elsewhere in areas like Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, back into Minnesota and North Dakota. Though there are no severe storms out there really up in these areas right now, it is a possibility as we go throughout the next few hours. And you'll actually notice back over in North Dakota, we do have some storms out there already that have been producing some isolated gusty winds, some small hail. I've actually had some rotation with a couple of those storms from earlier, maybe even a brief tornado, but that's going to continue to be a threat over the next few hours. Will kind of give you an idea of where the greatest threat for severe weather will be and why I think the storm coverage is going to start to increase over the next couple of hours and why severe weather is probably going to become more likely as we go throughout the evening tonight. So right now there are some storms out there. We got a few storms back over near Seneca in Kansas. That one's warned for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Pretty ordinary stuff overall. It's really not that significant. But back further to the south, this storm in particular just east of Junction City has been really stationary for about 2 or 3 hours now, and it's just finally starting to move off to the east, where this potential for some damaging winds upwards of 70 to even 80 miles per hour will be a possibility as this moves right along Interstate 70. So if you're in this area, definitely be ready. The potential for damaging winds will be very likely over the next hour or two as this area continues to move off to the east. Now, I do want to mention that there is an outflow boundary here, and if we have any storms that latch onto this outflow boundary, we might see an increased tornado risk with something like that, or at least for the time being. This is not happening. We have a little shower here that's really weakened at this point. It was originally a pretty strong thunderstorm, but that's weakening. So unless we get some sort of redevelopment along this outflow boundary, that tornado risk is going to be a bit lower for the time being. But I do think as we go over the next few hours, storms are going to start to ramp up again across parts of northeastern Kansas near Topeka, Osage City, and also near Kansas City as we get closer to around 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. So if you're in those areas, be ready for the main concern of hail, wind, and also maybe an isolated tornado or two. Even northwestern Missouri might see a couple of storms, but one of the problems up here is that we've had some showers rolling through over the last few hours, and that could actually stabilize the atmosphere. So it's a problem for the storms. It's not really a problem for you. As long as this continues to stabilize the atmosphere, the severe weather risk up here in northwestern Missouri will probably end up being a bit lower. Now, it's going to obviously depend also on the evolution of the storms that are ongoing in northeastern Kansas, but if those showers continue in parts of Missouri, I do think the atmosphere will be a bit more stable in those areas. This is a live shot just north of Kansas City right now, and you'll notice it is very cloudy out there right now, and this will continue probably all the way up until we actually see storms tonight. But we have a lot of instability out there despite there being some clouds right now. So I do think we're gonna have some storms later tonight, especially with the amount of outflow boundaries that have been shot off these storms over the last little while. There's also a live cam back over in Burlington, Kansas on Radar Omega. Notice the sun is getting pretty close to setting. We're only about an hour away from sunset or so here in Kansas. Got some big storms popping off right now. These are the ones producing some significant hail and significant damaging winds, overshooting cloud tops as well that are kind of bowing out here, and that's because of the upper level winds. Overall, these will probably continue to move more east though because of the jet stream being more angled towards the east and southeast. So we're not going to really see that cloud cover get down here to Burlington, but you can at least see the storms exploding not far off to the north. I mean, we actually have a few more showers too that are trying to form now near Council Grove, and these could end up blowing into thunderstorms soon, as we do have another convergence of outflow boundaries right here. You'll actually see that right here. We got outflow boundary moving eastbound. We have another outflow boundary right here that's going to converge with the other one, and we'll probably end up seeing some more initiation right here over the next hour, and there could be something that goes tornadic there if a storm's able to latch onto the boundary. So we'll be watching that closely. Over in western Iowa, this is an area that we are beginning to see some storm development. It's not too late for these storms to produce some sort of hail, wind, or even tornado risk, but it's definitely going to be on the lower side because this is initiating pretty late here in the evening at 7:30. But we do have a couple of showers and storms out there. Connor Croft and Storm Runner Media are out there, so if there's anything that gets interesting there, we'll definitely go to them and pan out and kind of show you what's happening there. Let me double check Storm Runner Media real quick, and they do currently have a view of this. Let's just hop over to that real quick. Let me make sure I'm on the right screen here. I don't know if this is the right stream. It is. So this is what they're looking at right now, Storm Runner Media. Back over in Atlantic, Iowa. So some showers and storms are beginning to fire off here in western Iowa. And again, you'll notice just over the horizon, you can see the, yeah, right there. You can see that like nice little opening there. That's where there's no rain falling, obviously, but that's kind of where the cloud base is right now. It's actually pretty low to the ground on these storms in Iowa. So a tornado risk definitely cannot be ruled out with one of these storms if they get going. Again, it's a pretty big if today. It's going to be a big question mark whether these actually do really start to organize and maybe even produce an isolated tornado threat. The Storm Prediction Center did mention a watch might be issued for this area. That was a few hours ago, so they might still consider a watch, but I don't think it'll be a tornado watch. I would expect this to be more than anything a severe thunderstorm watch if we do end up getting one there. We also have a few showers and storms that have been rolling into parts of Wisconsin. There is a severe weather risk here. It's just a marginal threat, so pretty low overall. I honestly think that this risk over here will be mostly just gusty winds and maybe a little bit of small hail, and that'll be about it. This is the live look right now. These are pretty elevated showers and storms, so overall the severe weather threat pretty low in Wisconsin and even northern Illinois, but anything that can become severe could produce some isolated large hail and maybe even some isolated damaging winds. Now, beyond this, for the future radar for tonight, we're going to continue to watch for showers and thunderstorms across a pretty large area tonight. Notice by 9 to 10 o'clock, storms will be trying to roll into Kansas City. Let's go back to the 21Z model run. This will give you a better indication of what will happen tonight. So this is actually 22. Never mind. 1 second. Let's go to the 22Z model run. And I'll give you the timestamps here. So this is about 8 to 9 o'clock tonight. Notice storms will continue to fire off and move towards Kansas City. I don't think the HRRR model does a great job at projecting the storms that are probably going to develop. I think we're going to have a bit more storm activity than this, but at least gives you an idea of what's already out there right now. By 10 o'clock, those storms are going to be moving into Kansas City with mostly hail and wind, maybe an isolated tornado. Storms will try to get going in Iowa, but again, I think it's going to be a short window. We've had a lot of cloud cover there today, and in this particular environment, that cloud cover is probably going to continue to keep that atmosphere pretty stable a little bit after sunset tonight. So you'll notice by 10, the HRRR model kind of weakens out that activity, and I think that's going to be online for what we'll see today. This is by 10 to 11 o'clock. Storms again rolling into Kansas City. We could get some more initiation behind that cluster as well, so we could actually have 2 rounds of storms tonight in Kansas City with mostly a wind and hail threat, but even an isolated tornado possible. Overnight into tomorrow morning, showers and storms move into Missouri, and we'll also have another cluster of storms develop back over in western and southwestern Nebraska and Kansas, where more hail and wind will be a possibility, and then maybe another isolated tornado. And eventually, as we go into tomorrow morning, we could see some more storms, but these are going to be more elevated and a lesser severe weather risk out of that particular activity. And we'll also have another tornado risk tomorrow. So again, we're going to be live obviously today. We're already live, but tomorrow we'll also probably be live as there is a 5% tornado risk across parts of the Northeast. Let me take that off so you can see that better. So again, parts of Pennsylvania, southern New York, and also eastern Ohio, and a 5% tornado risk. Outside of that, we have a 2% tornado risk from Michigan back into parts of West Virginia, Ohio, even a sliver there of Kentucky, and as well as Indiana, where again, another chance there tomorrow will exist for damaging winds, large hail, and maybe an isolated tornado or 2. Tomorrow's threat does not look like an outbreak by any means. I don't think it will be by any means, but I do think we'll at least have the potential for maybe a couple or a few tornadoes. So definitely a day to watch for tomorrow as well. Even though it's not a huge risk, it is still something to be watching for, and it's an area that obviously does see tornadoes a lot more during this time of the year. We were just talking about this a second ago, but look at this. This is your outflow boundary convergence right now happening. We do have some storms exploding right now near Council Grove, so these will probably become severe pretty quickly is my guess. These will probably end up being hail and wind producers within the next, really, I would say 30 minutes, maybe even sooner. We do have a couple of live shots, so I'm going to see if any of them can capture this area or not, but this is definitely an area where we do have supercell initiation happening here in parts of central eastern Kansas, just southwest of Topeka. These are going to become pretty severe, I think, pretty quickly, so this will be an area to watch for. We are not really at the peak of the severe weather risk. Obviously, there's only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, but I do think over the next few hours, we're going to start to see a lot more of that severe weather activity shift to the east, and eventually as it gets closer to Topeka and Kansas City, that's when I think this severe weather threat will probably peak, and will probably end up being the worst of it. Will be right around that time frame. So if you're back over in areas like Kansas City, Topeka, obviously take the proper precautions, protect loose line items, you know, bring in trampolines or hatch down trampolines. You really can't bring those indoors. And also make sure that you're protecting vehicles in case there's some large hail, and have a tornado action plan in place just in case. All right, so that's the forecast for the next few hours. Our virtual rail fans on the right side of your screen, they are both in La Plata, Missouri. For whatever reason, they are currently having a couple of technical issues, but they should be back here in a second. We have 9 different live cameras across the entire Kansas and Missouri areas here. We got one in Wichita, and we got multiple in the Kansas City area. Once they all load up, I'll show you all the live cameras, but we got a bunch of them tonight. We obviously got Connor Croft and Storm Intermedia if things do get interesting, so we'll be keeping that in tabs. This is the live cameras though that we have across the board on virtual rail fans. So again, we got 9 different cameras. La Plata, Missouri. We got Wichita, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri. We also got a lot of La Plata ones. We actually got 3 in La Plata. We also got Parkville. We also got another Kansas City camera, and we got a Santa Fe camera in Missouri. So a lot of these in Missouri. Can actually see the storm pretty well right now from Kansas City. This is live out of Kansas City. You can actually see the overshooting cloud tops reaching Kansas City as of right now. They are having some technical issues, so we'll go back to them once they load back in. But lots of live shots tonight, and also got a lot of traffic cams right along these interstates, so we'll be keeping tabs on those as well. All right. By the way, I do want to give a huge shout out to Heather with the $200 Venmo after yesterday's stream. Put some hearts in the chat for Heather. That is unbelievable. Also, thank you, Spike, for the $9.99. Milwaukee's just going to be some elevated showers and storms. I don't really expect much severe weather up there, I'm going to be honest with you. I honestly don't think Illinois or even Wisconsin are going to be dealing with much, so I wouldn't be concerned about those areas. Also, thank you, Jill, for the $19.99. Thank you, Alpha, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Guy, for the 6 months. Thank you, Berlinda, for the 1 month. Thank you, Real Life, for becoming a Moderate Velocity member. Thank you, Real Life, also, for the $2 Super Chat. Appreciate that. Well, obviously, today is probably going to be a special day. Bottom left of your screen, you may have noticed something different about today's stream overlay. We are currently 164 subscribers away from the big 300,000. So that is going to be something to watch for in the next probably 20 to 30 minutes. And I'm hoping that happens before we get a tornado warning, because this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. So the severe weather threat will continue across the tornado watch. Severe wind gusts are the main threat, with large hail also being possible. A tornado could still occur if storms can ingest better low-level shear this evening, which would be mostly along an outflow boundary. So that's what we're going to be watching for over the next couple of hours. But they have just gone ahead and mentioned that, and here you go. We already got a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this thing went tornadic at some point in the next, like, 20 minutes. This thing is, you know, it's exploded right in between 2 outflow boundaries that just converged, so this will definitely be something to watch for as that moves east. I will be gifting, by the way, either 20 or 30 members whenever we hit 300k, so make sure you have gifted memberships on. I was gonna do, like, I think I was gonna do 50 yesterday. We'll do like 30 today, or 20, whatever I can actually do. Also, I do want to mention this. We didn't mention this really in today's forecast because this just happened. We officially have Tropical Depression 2 in the Atlantic Ocean, expected to become a Category 2 hurricane. It very easily could become a Category 3 hurricane, though, in the Eastern Caribbean Sea as we go into early next week. This right now, it could go towards Florida. It could go towards the Gulf of Mexico. It could also go towards Mexico. I think more than anything, this will go towards areas like Belize. This is like an 80% chance, in my opinion. I'll give either of these two scenarios right here a 20% chance of happening. So again, not an imminent concern. It's really far out. If you see anything about hype about a hurricane coming to Florida, just know it's probably not true, because we have no idea where that system's going to go. Nobody does. It's just a guess at this point for anybody that is wondering out there. You know, in Florida, it's just a guess. So don't think that anything you see on social media is true about that, because it might not be. Rely on the National Hurricane Center's website or my page or anybody else that you might trust. But if you see, you know, somebody saying Category 8 hurricane on TikTok, you already know that's probably not true, because that doesn't even exist. Or Category 6 hurricane, for all we know. But I do think that will probably go towards Mexico. But again, it really could go anywhere. Still long term. Thank you, Smith, for $4.99. You should give away a Tesla for your 300,000 subscriber special. I can't even afford that. Thank you, Austin, for becoming a member, and thank you, Karis, for becoming a member. Thank you, MC, for the $19.99. Sabetha, Kansas. Actually, we've talked about this area. I know where it is. Right now, it's just going to be isolated hail and wind. I think the greatest concern tonight, again, will be near Kansas City. So this area, I would be the most concerned, honest, or not concerned, but at least the most prepared out of anybody, because I think this area will be where we have the significant wind and hail threat being maximized here in Kansas and Missouri. Thank you, Mike, also, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. What about a used Prius? I don't know how much those even go for. I've not done car shopping recently. I have to say, though, I want a Cybertruck. I want to go storm chasing on one of those things. Swallowed water down the wrong way. That'd be lit. Thank you, Sam, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Sam in the chat. We are currently 95 subscribers from 300k. We might hit this in the next, like, 5 minutes. I need to make sure I have this pulled up so I can actually full screen it. Because right now it's in small screen. It's crazy. Literally crazy. Thank you, Sam, for another 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. It's Marks in the chat for Sam with 10 gifted members. Somebody just say the storms are dying. They're definitely not dying. They're just getting going. I mean, we didn't go live until now for that very reason. They weren't really doing much before. There was like one storm out there and it was just stationary. Thank you, Mitchell, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you to Colton for the $5 super chat. Alright, we might have to full screen this. We're already like 50 subscribers away. Holy cow. We are literally, I mean, that counter at the bottom left is actually slow, which is crazy. Alright, well, I'll keep it there for now until we get a little bit closer. Thank you, Sandra, for the 1 month. Thank you, Rainbow, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Yeah, there was a tornado in Jacksonville, Florida earlier. We watched that. I watched it on radar. It's crazy. I'm telling you guys, this storm, again, it could become tornadic pretty quickly, so we are going to focus a lot more on that storm here shortly. Honestly, any storms that look significant, we will, but that one might become tornadic really quickly. So, just letting you know. Right now, just hail and wind, but it's organizing right along that outflow. Okay, I just closed out every tab imaginable. I have to open up everything again. Where is the other tab? That one. All right. All right. Well, we're not far. I guess we're just gonna full screen it because it's probably gonna happen here in a second. 25 subscribers from 300,000. Absolutely absurd. Thank you, Sandy, for the $4.99. You should wear that color more often. What, the blue? Nice little blue shirt. Thank you, Earl, for the $10 super chat. I wore my 250k max velocity t-shirt to the local pizza place tonight. The guy working saw it and said, hey, that's the dude on YouTube that does weather. That's actually really funny. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Owen, or Oren, for becoming a member. Thank you, Real Life, for the $2 super chat. Pretty low chance, I would say. But there might be some. I just don't think it'll be that significant. Thank you, Meow, for becoming a member. All right, we're five subscribers away. Make that 3 from 300,000. Now 1, and we've officially hit 300,000 subscribers. That is unbelievable. Wow. That's just crazy. That number just shot up like a cannon there. Wow. I don't know what to say. I didn't have a speech ready. Do we have a speech? Well, I appreciate everybody's support. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, it's just insane. I would have never expected to be anywhere near this in my life. So, I do appreciate all of your support, and 300k is a very large number. But wow. Crazy. This chat is going insane. I can't even read chat. Wow. That's absurd. All I gotta say is thank you guys for supporting the channel. I don't have much else though than that. It's just, it's kind of unfathomable. I mean, again, we started this 2 years ago on YouTube. Just a little over 2 years ago, doing nationwide live coverage, and now it's somehow gotten us to 300,000 subscribers, and I will never understand that. It's pretty crazy. So thank you to everybody that supports the channel. Thank you to our sponsors, thank you to our members, thank you to our mods, thank you to everybody that makes this possible. It's a, you know, obviously we do take this very seriously when there are storms that are significant, and I do appreciate all of you guys. It's pretty surreal. That's all I gotta say. I can't believe the number, though. I mean, like, personally. Like, whenever I see that number, I feel like it's fake. I just don't feel like that ever even happened. It's pretty crazy. Okay, I don't know how I gift members on my own channel. Is this even possible? I was gonna gift 30 members to the channel. I don't know how I do that. I only can super chat to myself. Do I have to become a member to do this? Do I have to become a member of my own channel to actually gift members? Check out Stormrunner Media. I'm not a member on them. No, I can. How do I do this? I'm trying to gift members to the channel. Give me 1 second here. Oh, found it. Okay. You get a gifted member. Congratulations. That's all I gotta say. I need to figure out what card this is. 1 second. Alright. Should go through. And we'll do 10 more. 10 more. Make it 30 on the nose, because we got 300,000 subscribers. Let's get some hearts in the chat for Max Velocity for gifting 30 members to the channel. Alright. Cool. We'll go back to weather in a second. I gotta fix this. Okay. What in the world happened to these notifications? I can't even see all the super chats and stuff that just happened. There are that many. What in the world happened here? Okay, I don't even know where to start. Thank you. I'm gonna have to go to Stream Elements and actually look at this. I've never had so many notifications in a very short amount of time. You guys are crazy. We have 64 new members today. That's actually pretty absurd for being 10 minutes into the stream. As I mentioned before, by the way, this storm again could go tornadic soon, so we are watching that one closely near Osage City. The other one's no longer severe. This one has been upgraded to damaging winds up to 70 and golf ball sized hail. Again, moving eastbound right now, so we're going to watch this one very closely. While we do that, I need to get through a boatload of notifications here. Thank you, Sam, for another 5 gifted members. Thank you to Joe for the $1 super chat. Thank you to Radar Wiley for the $10 super chat. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Preston, for the $4.99. Thank you, Muse, for the $99.99. What's more to the chat for Musical for the $100 super chat? That is crazy. Thank you, Morgan, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Fire Monkeys, for the $50 super chat as well. Put some hearts in the chat for Fire Monkeys as well. Countess, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Wild Child, for the $19.99. Appreciate that. Thank you, Aim Here, for the super chat. Connor has a funnel cloud. Excuse me. Let me look. Or does he still have it? Did he have one? Oh, he actually had a funnel cloud. That is wild. It's not even, none of these storms are even severe right now. Let me check radar real quick. These actually are rotating quite a bit for them being not even, like, that organized yet. We'll watch it closely. Connor's a bit blurry right now. We're going to try to go full screen to him, though. Let me go here to this. Let's go to Connor. We'll put him at bottom left, and we'll also have him full screen on the other thing. Okay. Oh, Connor still has a view of this. What in the world? I need to pull this up. It's in Iowa.
Oh my gosh!
Is that still a funnel? I'm trying to get audio here. I don't have audio on yet.
All the way down!
Oh, that is. Look at that thing. Not even tornado warning. What? Where is this? You're in Atlantic right now. You gotta get to your safe place. Looks like we have a tornado. We're losing Connor, but middle of your screen, that's at least a funnel, maybe even a tornado that's on the ground. You're Atlantic. We have lost signal. Back to him once he comes back. Bottom left of your screen, or bottom right of your screen. That's in Atlantic, Iowa right now. Look at that thing. Is it on the ground? I still can't tell. It's very pixelated because he's in a low signal area. They have just issued a tornado warning in Kansas.
On the ground! Oh my god!
It's on the ground apparently, and this is not even warned. And then we also got a tornado warning that just got issued in Kansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so tornado warning for Lyon County, Kansas. We got tornado warning on this storm, which, again, we were talking about this the entire time. Not shocking at all. Right along the outflow boundary, got a little hook on this storm going towards Interstate 335. Seek shelter if you're in this warning away from windows. And on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building, Connor still has a view of a tornado. Or at least it looks like maybe lifting now, but it was on the ground.
Ready, get on the road!
Might actually still be on the ground. It's just not condensed.
There it is.
Wow. This is Connor Croft again on the storm in Atlantic, Iowa.
There was a dust whirl. Hang on for service. Hang on. I'm gonna try and drive into it if I can.
I'm surprised there's still no warning on this one. It's obviously observed. It's not a, the radar's not going to show it. This isn't like the, you know, Nebraska tornado where it was literally on radar. This one, you can't even see it on radar. But it's in Atlantic right now. Looks like a land spout. Connor's losing signal. We'll go back and forth a little bit here. Again, look at the... This is what it's coming out of. It's just some, you know, random convection here. It's not even very organized.
Hang on, hang on. No, I need you to work. That's not what I need. I need you to work. Mount. How are we having a mounting failure right now? Are you kidding me? Having a mounting failure.
All right, we'll go back to him in a second. This is, again, the tornado warning that we do have back to the southwest of Wilmington, Kansas. Once again, this storm in particular is rotating. Could produce a tornado at any time right along the outflow near Allen and Admire. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. In Kansas, just west of Interstate 335. This is back to Connor. I'm pretty sure it is roping out from what we are seeing.
Still right there above us.
Was on the ground.
On the ground fully now. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
It's still on the ground. I can't understand him. He's cutting out a lot.
Oh! You gotta be kidding me! Oh!
Oh yeah, look at that.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Dude, what the heck? What is happening? No. Let's drive into it. Dude! Oh! We're gonna drive into it!
This is crazy. And this is the storm in Iowa, again, in Atlantic, Iowa. This has been on the ground. There's no warning on it. I don't think the National Weather Service knows. It's observed.
It goes all the way up there. What is this?
But it's a land spout, so it's pretty weak.
Bro, what is this even?
And it's also a storm that's not really rotating on radar.
Yeah, I was like, wait, that's
what's left of it, though.
Look at that. Corn stalks flailing.
As we hit 300,000 subscribers, we get a little land spout action here in Iowa.
I don't know, bro. I'm trying to drive into it. I want to drive into it, bro. I want to drive into it if I can. I want to see if it's on the ground still.
All right, we'll go back to him in a second. Back to radar on the tornado warning in Kansas. Once again, this storm is right now latched to the outflow boundary. So we could get a tornado on this as it continues to move eastbound. Osage City is really the main location in the track of this over the next several minutes. So pink polygon, if you are currently in Allen or in Meyer, Kansas, get to your safe place. Further off to the north, we have a lot of convection right along Interstate 70. A lot of this is just lightning, gusty winds, some small hail, and that's basically it. There's not a whole lot else here right now. Lots of rain also, which could lead to flash flooding. So overall, this concern not nearly as prevalent. Now back over west of Des Moines, this is the activity that was conditional, but it's now fired. We already had, with Connor here, a land spout. So it's very possible that we get something like that again as this activity continues to move east. It reminds me a lot of what we just saw the other day when we had the Nebraska large tornado, but earlier in the day when the Iowa storms were firing off, we end up having a few, land spouts. And this is something that we're going to be watching for over the next hour or two as these storms do continue to track eastbound. It should be a relatively short-lived threat, but it is going to be something to watch for over the next, really, I would say, hour or two, and then after like 9 o'clock, it becomes a little bit less concerning. But by the looks of it, I think this is lifted. So I don't think this is on the ground anymore.
There's a second funnel.
There's another funnel.
The second one over here, guys.
You can see it right there.
Second one.
Right there in the middle. Another little baby funnel there.
Second funnel cloud halfway to the ground to the south. Trying to see if I can see this one still.
Alright, headed down. I just intercepted, it was like 40-mile-per-hour circulation in the field.
Bro, I didn't even see it. I was looking, I didn't even see it. I don't even know how to get to the south one. It looks like it might drop a real tornado.
It's a little tiny nub.
Like, what is happening?
Alright, I guess we gotta find a south option.
Second tornado dropping. Second tornado's dropping off to the right.
So once again, this is near Atlantic in Iowa. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't issue a warning on this, or at least a special weather statement for land spouts. But I'm not sure again if they know about this.
Call out. Could be minimum maintenance.
But again, if you know any friends or family in this area that, in particular, like really any of these storms could produce land spouts, just let them know that there is a potential at least for a land spout or two. And it looks like there's another one on the ground.
On the ground! Big structure board!
Another one on the ground. Another unwarned.
Big structure board on the ground, Freddy!
Wow.
On the ground! On the ground!
It's hard to see because we are in a low signal area, but very middle of your screen, it's on the ground there with that lowering. Near Atlantic in Iowa.
There it is!
They have just issued now a confirmed tornado on that storm, so that's now confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So here's your tornado warning. Atlantic, Wyoda, in Iowa. You need to be in your safe place just to the west of Greenfield. This again confirmed. We've seen it a couple times now. A couple different confirmed observations of this particular tornado. So get to your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Atlantic and Wyoda in Iowa are in the warning.
Not condensed right now.
It's a non-condensed tornado.
Condense again.
It's this, by the way, Cass County, Iowa, moving east at about 20 miles per hour.
Trying to condense again. Here it goes! Here it goes! Trying to condense. It's another bird fart. Road network is terrible right here. Stupid river. There it goes. Coming
Yep,
down.
it's coming down again, right in the middle left of your screen. The tornado warning in Lyon County, Kansas is still radar indicated on the latest update.
Oh my goodness, that's wow. Look at that, chat.
Look at that.
Look at that.
That is a
Fully condensed.
very clear view right there. And that looks like it's on the ground again, or it's at least very close. It's probably not
Look
condensed,
at
but I
that
think it's on the
tornado.
ground.
You have got to be kidding me.
Storm Media has a great shot. What are they looking at? We can go to them. They have some trees. Maybe it's beyond these trees. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. Oh, that's another view. Got a couple different views right now of this tornado near Atlantic and Wyota. Wow.
Just stop somewhere. I'm trying to get
Yeah, this is obviously not a rain-wrapped tornado, if you were wondering.
like right up to it.
You can clearly see it.
0.3 miles.
And there it goes. That thing was on the ground for maybe 2 minutes. It's back up. It might drop again, but it's been up and down a few times here. Back to Connor here.
What is even
And
happening
Connor has a
right
pretty
now?
wide view of this storm.
Chat, why
Storm
do I
Media
ever
was
doubt
much closer
myself?
to it. So if something else drops,
Here it
you'll
goes
probably
again.
see it. Oh, it's going again, it looks like, right side of your screen. Or now middle of your screen. Middle right. Very middle right. Dropping again. This will be the third time near Atlantic and Wyota.
Really? This road goes south right here? Bro.
That tornado warning cell in Kansas is becoming outflow driven right now. It's still struggling. Good try though later.
This road network
This
is
is
so
Atlantic
bad.
and Wyota in Iowa with this confirmed tornado, and we have another one dropping.
Such a bad.
I think Stormer Media has a view right over the trees here of it.
There it is.
Yep, there it goes again.
Sorry. There we go. I can get right where it's gonna cross.
It's gonna be on the ground once again.
If you want. All right, let me at least just get up to this next hill. Holy crap. Sorry, terrible road, terrible road.
All right. It's still trying. It might be on the ground. It just might not be condensed.
I hope we have the stream right now. We do. Want me to keep going?
This is the year of the tornadoes here in the Great Plains. This is unbelievable.
I can't tell what this thing is trying. It's gonna cross the road like right up here. I know, but then we gotta get back in front of it again. Yep, see there, it's trying to form again.
Looks like Connor has a view maybe of
Bro.
twins.
Like, what is even happening right now?
Right in the
Here
middle
goes
of the,
again.
once he gets it
Trying to drop
positioned.
again.
Maybe two trying to develop there?
The most insane thing I've ever seen. Like, what is happening?
I think that's gonna be twins.
Gosh, I do need a helicopter. I need a freaking helicopter, chat. Somebody gift me a helicopter. I can fly over this creek.
Stormwind Media
Trying to
is
come
really
down
close to
bigger.
this. This is their view. They have it crossing the road right now. Look at that thing spin right there.
Alright, I gotta get back. I was gonna say, you better go east. Gonna get stuck on this road. I'm gonna do my best. You won't, I know about that.
And Connor has it dropping again.
Here it goes again.
Connor needs a drone? Actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't know if he's thought of that. He probably has thought of it.
There it goes. There it goes.
Yep, it's gonna be on the ground again, probably. Or it might already be on the ground again. It might not be fully condensed. As a reminder, this is in Atlantic and Wyota.
Coming down
in
again.
Iowa for this confirmed tornado.
Trying my best to get on it, guys. This is impossible with this road.
And that Kansas tornado warning still does not look too concerning, but continue to stay in your safe place here in Allen in Kansas. Go back to once this connection comes back. This is back to Storm Runner Media right now. They're on the same storm. Not sure where in that storm it would be. Let's go back to Connor again. Still, again, left side of your screen is that tornado trying to drop again.
Can't freaking get close to this thing. It's driving me nuts.
Still very far left side of your screen. It looks like a funnel now. It's, again, it's been up and down for the last, like, literally almost 20 minutes now. Nope, Stormer Media is right on it right now. Look at that. Stormer Media is right on this. Unbelievable view. It's like literally in an open field, it looks like right now. This is crazy to see.
Want me to keep going, or? I mean, this thing is...
Little pencil coming out of the sky, basically.
Keep up with it. There it is again. Now I gotta get you past these trees, I think.
By the way, thank you to anybody that super chatted, became a member, anything like that. I'll try to get to notifications, you know, after this warning is, or this storm stops producing endless tornadoes. Or funnel clouds. This thing's been going forever now.
Almost back to a normal road, too. I think this is where it turned bad. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's right up here. Sorry, guys.
We're gonna stay on Stormer Media for a second. There it is, right there in the middle. Wow, that thing's become actually a larger funnel now. That is a big cone. Connor's right on it too. This thing's a big cone. Right in the middle. Connor's a bit more pixelated. We'll go back to Storm Runner Media. This is quite the large cone that's now developing, or at least a cone funnel. Thing is rotating a lot more than before. It's actually organizing.
Oh, it's crossed, isn't it? It's right on the road right now. But yeah, pretty much just crossed.
Really starting to organize now.
I'm not even worried about it. We got a view.
I don't think this is on the ground, by the way, but I do think it's about to drop. This looks like it's about to drop again.
Look at that motion, guys.
This motion's become a lot, you know, more organized over the last few minutes. It was not this organized before. It was just tiny little tornadoes that were dropping. This looks like it might organize into something bigger.
You should be in focus.
There's a lot more motion, though, in the low levels than we had 5 minutes ago. Like, we were just talking about tiny tornadoes. This could be something bigger if it does drop.
Oh, it's gonna cross 6, but I can't get there.
It's a wannabe tornado right now.
Here, put him back for now. It's okay. Just go ahead and... Still has that motion, but there's no, like...
Yeah, no.
There's no funnel at the moment.
Yeah.
Still has violent left to right.
Back to Connor again here.
I'm gonna try and get ahead of it. My goal is still to drive into it.
So Connor's
Try
repositioning.
and get ahead of the mezzo and hope it drops again. Might be gearing up.
Back to Storm Runner Media again. Storm Runner Media is also positioning for this.
This thing grew tall, though.
A storm that could. This is, again, the radar. We haven't looked at this in a while. I just want to show you what it looks like. Again, these storms do not look impressive, and you might be wondering how in the world are these even producing tornadoes? Well, today's environment, not really favorable for huge thunderstorms in Iowa, but we do have the potential for tornadoes because of how low these storms are to the ground and also the amount of spin that's available. So this kind of activity that we have right now in western Iowa could produce tornadoes. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado up here near, like, Exira, for example, or maybe even back down near Griswold, because we have very similar storm activity near Atlantic as well. So again, just be weather aware if you're in any of these areas and be ready to go to your safe place just in case anything else happens there. Still have a tornado warning in Kansas. This storm is still trying, but the problem is the storm is not really latched fully onto this outflow boundary. If it's able to, we could get a strong tornado out of that, but again, not a guarantee, but it is a possibility. So continue to stay weather aware just southwest of Topeka. Again, we're still watching for more storm development here in Kansas over the next hour or so. Let's go back to Connor again. Actually, let's see. I don't know what Stormer Media is looking at. That's dark. Let's go back to Stormer, or let's go back to Connor here. This is Connor's view.
Our road's right up here.
He's trying to organize again.
My road to intercept.
It's a Stormer Media. Look at that thing organized on the left. Jeez. It's a lot of scud right now, but it's still trying to organize. That's on the left side of your screen. That's where we're looking. That thing's spinning like crazy. Far left, again, it's gonna be on there. I don't know what that is. I think it's Starlink. It's blocking it out. But that's it right there. But these storms are just so low to the ground today. There have been multiple tornado reports, by the way, on this storm. There's at least been 2 different tornadoes, I'm pretty sure. I think there might have been even 3, from what we've been seeing.
If you get a chance, what's the warning speed for?
Like 20 knots.
Okay, alright.
The middle of your screen, that's where we're looking. Right in the middle, where that little light or area of clouds that's hanging from the storm. That's where we're looking.
Lovely.
It's an unbelievable storm. Iowa madness.
I'm trying here, guys. I really
New outlook. Check it out.
Back in front of it again. We just have to come south to play this game with these things, you know. But I mean, this thing had one funnel up to the north. It's got one right there. Don't be surprised if it has one.
That's what I'm trying to
right
keep
there.
They actually issued a new Storm Prediction Center outlook for tonight. Kind of some interesting changes. While we wait for something else to drop here, a couple interesting changes to tonight's outlook across a large chunk of the country. So the tornado risk is actually being downgraded back up in Iowa, even though where this tornado is happening is like right in here. So it's actually down to a 2%. With that said, I still wouldn't rule out a couple of tornadoes, possibly 2 more, maybe 3 more with that storm activity. It's not very organized. It's probably not going to produce something big or anything like that, even though it almost looked like it was about to. It's a chance. It's just low. Back down in parts of eastern Kansas, though, that is where the more elevated threat for tornadoes will be.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And so this area in particular, that is where I'm a little bit more concerned for the tornado risk, especially with the storms that we are seeing right now. That's the biggest change to tonight's outlook for tornadoes. They removed the northern risk back over in North Dakota, and they removed parts of Iowa in that risk as well. We do have a couple of new warnings. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Topeka. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 and $half sized hail. And Connor has a wild view, or actually this is Storm Media that has a wild view of that storm. We'll go to them in a second. This is the new tornado warning that they've just issued for those in Barclay, just west of Osage Beach. here in Kansas. If you are in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. That rotation's still trying to wrap. Again, we could get a tornado out of this, and if it does drop, it could be on the stronger side of things. So definitely take this warning seriously, as it is trying to latch right onto an outflow boundary. No debris signature as of right now, but this is definitely a storm that we are going to have to keep a very close eye on over the next several minutes. Let's go back to...
If this thing drops again,
This is Storm Runner Media. We'll go to Connor here first. Connor has a pretty close-up view right now of that area of rotation.
Might be just a dust swirl on the ground in front of me.
I think the bottom right of your screen, this
Could just be a
storm,
dust whirl.
your I-335 west of Barclay, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if this thing drops to the ground in the next, like, minute. The rotation's really strong. You know, it's interesting. Connor has a view very close up. If we go back to Storm Runner Media, they have a view of pretty much this entire mesocyclone, and you can actually see how circular it's become. It's actually has a nice little circular shape to it. It's not fully circular, but it's definitely organizing.
Looks cooked to me. Might squeeze out one more.
Connor thinks
Who
it's
knows?
cooked. Just like my grilled cheese sandwiches. They're always burnt. I do cook them, but they're always burnt.
Beautiful, beautiful mezzo.
Are we
See
cooked,
no
Chet?
evidence
Are we
of any
cooked?
ground circulation at the moment.
It's a Storm Runner Media's view. They're a little bit further back.
Yeah, there it is. Right above our heads. What's the sun did this with it?
All right, real quickly, a couple updates. Just want to mention as well, the overall severe weather risk has been dropped from most of eastern Illinois and eastern Wisconsin, and also parts of northwestern Iowa. So just letting you know about that. Also, this storm right now in Kansas, this storm has the potential for dropping a tornado right now southwest of Miller near I-335. This is not confirmed as of right now. It's not officially on the ground, but it very well might be at any time. Debris signature not showing any sort of blues or greens where that circulation is, so that at least verifies that we don't have a debris signature, but we are still watching for that potential just east of 335, right in the hook. This is right along the outflow boundary now, and there is a possibility that a tornado does try to drop out of this storm. So if you are currently in Miller or Barclay, make sure that you're in your safe place. Osage City will be in the track of this. This could also go in the direction of areas near like Lebo or Waverly, so be weather aware if you're in those areas. We actually do have a live cam back down in Burlington, Kansas right now. Wow, that is an impressive looking storm. I mean, we're not even, you know, that close to it, but look at the overshooting cloud tops here, very circular. We're not going to see the tornado. This is just so far down to the south, but you know, somewhere in here, that's where we would presume a tornado is. So that is a really impressive view of that storm right now in Burlington on the radar Omega cyclone port. That is stunning. And actually, this is probably about to drop. There's a big, there is a lowering on this, so just letting you know, there is a pretty clean lowering on this. So this storm right here could very well produce a tornado in the next few minutes. I think Connor's cooked.
To Atlantic.
I think my overlays are cooked too. I think that rotation is over.
I'd almost be time to give up on this guy. Incredible stuff, though.
This again, the storm in Atlantic, Iowa, that was on the ground several times. But I think it's cooked. Alright, this storm, once again, I do think we're about to have a tornado on the ground here in a moment. Back over just east of Interstate 335. And right here. Very tight rotation. This is probably going to be on the ground in a moment. We still have a large lowering on this. Very circular mesocyclone as well. Is this a populated area? I honestly have not looked. Let me check. I don't think so. I think this is rural parts of Kansas. 247. It's a population in this warning. But this is probably going to drop a tornado, and if it does, it actually could be strong and possibly large if it does drop. Ben Williams is on this. I'm going to see if... do this. Just a large lowering right now. Nothing officially on the ground, but very tight rotation right now on this warning. The tornado warning has been updated in Cass County, Iowa. It's actually still observed. So I'm not sure if we have a tornado somewhere else in this warning, but this is still on the ground in Iowa.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
As of 4 minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado near Wyoda. So it's probably going to be somewhere up in here or down here. One of the two, south or north of Wyoda, or might even be in Wyoda. Still have a confirmed tornado on this storm. So if you are, again, in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Connor's on the west side, so this tornado he might not see. It might actually be on the eastern side of the storm. That's at least from what I'm thinking right now. But I'm pretty sure the southern storm here was the one that produced a couple of tornadoes, and I think this one is producing the new tornadic activity. And as I mentioned before, and we now have a confirmed tornado in Kansas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have issued a new tornado warning on this. Not sure why, but it's actually now confirmed. Currently just to the east of 335. It's a large tornado that looks like it's about to drop here near Barclay. So again, if you're in this warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building between Interstate 335 and Barclay. That is where we are looking for the potential here for a tornado, which is, at least right now, has been confirmed in the last minute or so and is right now moving eastbound. After this, it'll be going towards Melbourne, Olivet, Linden, and just the north side of Interstate 335. More than likely, this is going to drop down this direction towards Waverly and Lebo. So if you're in those areas, be vigilant and weather aware. As long as this storm is attached to an outflow boundary, it is going to have an increased potential of producing a tornado. So you need to be in your safe place. Once again, if you are currently in this area, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. From what I'm seeing, like live right now, from a storm chaser in the area, this is not fully condensed and on the ground. It might be on the ground, it's just not condensed. There is still a large bowl lowering, though, on this storm. So, just north of Redding in Kansas, going towards Barclay. Barclay is the main location in this warning right now. Just to the southwest of Osage City. Again, this is a massive supercell, and we were talking about this since the beginning of this storm. We literally mentioned it. We said it. This storm's probably going to become tornadic in about 20 or 30 minutes, and it actually did really quickly. So, unfortunately, this type of storm, a latch to an outflow boundary like this, it could produce a strong and or large tornado if it's able to really get going with a low-level shear. So, it's going to be something to watch for over the next several minutes. But by the look of the velocities, we have very strong winds going away from the radar. Going towards the radar, they are, you know, strong, but not where it needs to be. This is where we're looking for those strong inbound or outbound, inbound velocities. Right here is where that tornado is. You'll notice the velocities are not really in a very large area. It's a very tiny little circle there. So that's where, if there's a tornado, that's where it is. But as I mentioned before, the biggest problem I think with the storm is that it is outlatched to an outflow boundary, and the other thing about this is you know, it's the best thing for it is being latched to an outflow boundary. It's a problem and also something that'll help the storm. But right now, just a large lowering still. I'm not seeing anything fully condensed, but this could still be on the ground. So stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And Connor is also thinking that there is right now a funnel cloud to his north on the Atlantic, Iowa storm, so we'll keep a close eye on him. I don't have any debris signature right now in this storm still, so I don't think this is fully on the ground, but just north of Reading. And this right here, we're looking for that potential for a tornado. This is the outflow boundary. It's kind of latched onto the storm. It's a little bit out in front of it, so it's not fully latched. Still got a large lowering on this, though. It has been confirmed, though. It was at least observed in the area. I'm going to go back quickly to... We're going to go back to Connor here for a second. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, nope, he just came in. Alright. So Connor said there was a funnel
like for a
over the
second
hill
it was
here.
Busy mezzo. Let's drop
See if we
south.
can see that.
South.
The storm was just observed near Atlantic, Iowa
Drop
again,
south here.
in Wyota about 9 minutes ago. Looks like we're losing him a little bit here. We'll back to him in a second. Bottom right of your screen is where we'll be at until we get better connection. This is the, again, Kansas storm right now. Still a large lowering on this. It was observed a few moments ago. And then back over again near Atlantic. This is the other confirmed tornado warning. We're not really going to see much on radar, but these types of storms, they've already produced a few tornadoes. Very possible that we see another one as this moves to the east. As of recently, as of 9 minutes ago, there was another confirmed tornado near Wyota. So that's going towards Anita next. If you're in Adair or Anita, just be ready for this storm activity. I still would not rule out an isolated tornado even up in this activity, even if it's not warned. So just stay weather aware, because this particular area is also an area where we could end up seeing an isolated tornado. You know, this activity is pretty much the same as the one near Atlantic. I would debatably say the Atlantic one is probably more favorable, though. The hodographs and the low-level shear, much more organized, and also, you know, just better overall for an environment south of Interstate 80, meaning that there's more spin in the atmosphere. So those storms south of Interstate 80 still, I think, have the better shot at producing tornadoes, but these ones could also still produce a similar threat. We could end up getting an isolated, brief tornado out of this activity. So something to watch for over the next little while. Back over west of Kansas City, obviously this is where the bulk of the storm activity is right now. As I mentioned, near Osage City, there was a confirmed tornado, which that still might be on the ground, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm still watching the storm chaser and not seeing it clearly on the ground, but by the looks of it, I think this might be trying to recycle. Big RFD surge on this storm just to the east of Interstate 335, going towards Reading and Barclay. So again, Reading, Barclay, be ready for this storm. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning that includes maybe Reading or even the Olivet area. So those will be spots to watch for as well over the next several minutes. All right. Check Twitter here real quick. Okay. Here's the latest radar scan. We'll go to this and then we'll go back to Storm Intermedia. They have a pretty good view of that other storm in Iowa. This is the latest scan. Yeah, I'm not seeing a debris signature still. That's on the last scan, though. This is the latest scan. I'm still not seeing a debris signature as of right now. It looks like we still have a hook. We could get some sort of redevelopment in this area, so continue to stay in your safe place. We could see another tornado drop. Again, as long as the storm stays latched to an outflow boundary, we could still see another tornado as this moves to the east and southeast. This is back to Storm Intermedia. They are on that storm in Iowa. That's Connor. This is Storm Intermedia. That is the storm right there on the right side. They're going to have full cam of it here in a second.
Can pretty much drop in an instance. Although I can't believe they're using the word land spouts out here.
Again, this is the one that's produced at least a few tornadoes thus far. Still a pretty impressive storm. It's not super high topped, but still impressive.
Pretty nice supercell.
Okay, some confusing stuff happening here. This storm in Kansas, one of the warnings just continued as radar indicated. They still have one as observed. It's the same storm. As I mentioned before, I don't think this is on the ground anymore, but just continue to stay in your safe place. There are two warnings, though, and they both differ from each other, and they're the same exact area. So Not sure what's going on there. I think they accidentally issued a second warning though on that. So there's 3 tornado warnings, but 2 technically, because one's on the same exact storm. And for the next 4 minutes, this is still confirmed. I'm not seeing anything on radar, but as mentioned before, these have all been observed and velocities have not matched up well with those storms, so. All right, okay, we got some clarification. Don't worry. Both of these tornado warnings, we got 2 in the same exact area. The other one just got downgraded to radar indicated. Our only confirmed tornado right now is in Iowa. All right, so that's where we're at right now, and that's as of 15 minutes ago or so. It may not be on the ground anymore. I kind of doubt it is, but we could still see another one drop there. But yeah, this storm has now been fully downgraded to radar indicated. But as mentioned before, this storm could easily recycle and could drop another tornado as it moves east, as long as the outflow boundary is present and still latched on to the hook of this storm. Now, west of Kansas City, we still got a lot of severe storms here. Right now, these are mostly wind-oriented and hail-oriented. We could see an isolated tornado develop on the storm that's near Topeka, but that remains uncertain. A lot of storm mergers happening there. So it's a bit more uncertain as of right now what will actually happen with that. But as it moves east, something to definitely watch for if you're in Kansas City. These are the storms that'll move towards Kansas City, not this one. This one's moving down to the southeast, and it's very possible that that goes out of the tornado watch. It could even go towards like Burlington, for example. Which this is Burlington now. We looked at it before. Can't even see really the storm anymore, other than, you know, this is the storm, but you can't see the overshooting cloud tops anymore. It's all the way up here where my black line is. That is where the edge of those overshooting cloud tops are. Big anvil on this storm. The sunset is completely blocked out as well. So we've kind of lost view there. And this is the other radar Omega cyclone port north of Kansas City. Again, just mid to upper level clouds kind of blocking out our view of this. Storm Media on the Iowa storm has a pretty good view right now. Look at that.
Definitely worth keeping your eye on.
Looks like the lowering.
Right.
See what it looks like once they get past these the little tree line here. As mentioned before, if you did super chat or become a member, I'll try to get to those again after there are hopefully no tornadoes on the ground, after those warnings are done.
Glad you guys are enjoying it.
I do appreciate anybody that super chatted or became a member. There's a very quick transition between celebrating 300,000 subscribers and going into tornado warnings.
Looks like it's trying to develop maybe into more of a well-defined storm. Now, with how low that base is going.
I did not have Culver's today, for those that are wondering. I almost did, but I did not. Alright, let's see what it looks like beyond this tree line. And see if we can actually see anything, or if it's just like a cloud base. Yeah, it just looks like a cloud base there.
Perfect intercept, Brad.
Well, you can stop and look at it for a moment. If you want.
Looks like Connor's repositioning, yeah, out in front of it, by the way. So, got a couple views still in that storm. This is where the tornado was confirmed. It was confirmed by trained spotters just southeast of Admire in Kansas as of 12 minutes ago. So it's right about, let's go back to that time. It's at 8:17. I feel like that might have been before 8:17. So this is when the tornado was confirmed, and I'm guessing it was probably this right here, 8:14. That right there was probably when we had this confirmed tornado in Kansas. Does not look imminent anymore, but it might recycle. We're just trying to wait to see if it does try to recycle here over the next few minutes. The tornado warning in Iowa has been let to expire. We'll see if they issue a new warning on that. For the time being, though, there are no confirmed tornadoes that are on the ground. Yay! As I mentioned before, though, the one here in Iowa could still be on the ground. This is Kansas. Back over in Iowa, though. This activity here near Atlantic, we could still have something on the ground. It's just hard to see visibly on velocities. This is Connor's view right now of this storm.
This one up north.
Still have a pretty clear lowering right there.
Okay, so that one up there looks interesting as well. So I'm just gonna park on the.
All right, while we
top
have a
of
quick
this
second,
hill.
thank you to Aurora for the $19.99. Thank you, JP, for the $10 super chat from earlier. Thank you, Peyton, for the $4.99. Thank you, Blue Star, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Big Mike, for the $5 super chat. There's a lot more. I was trying to get to them.
It's just so many little areas.
Thank you, Aim here, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Gina, for the $4.99. Thank you, Wyoming, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Stream Junkie. Shirtless Gritty, we're not doing a Shirtless Gritty. Thank you, Doctor, for the $9.99. Thank you, Hoops, for the $4.99. I appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Radar Wiley, for the $10 super chat. Culver shirt. We're not wearing a Culver shirt today. There's no way. If we wear a Culver shirt, it is cursed. I like literally the last 2 times we wore that Culver shirt, we end up having
right now,
PDS or tornado emergencies. We're not doing that today. I really don't want to cover that. Thank you, Milena, for the $4.99. Thank you, Same, for the $4.99. Thank you, Dragos, for the super chat. Thank you, Festive. Thank you, Chris, for the $5 super chat. Please put this towards Connor's GoFundMe for a helicopter. If we got helicopter chasers out there, that would be absurd. That would be literally crazy. Thank you, Dawn, for the $100 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Dawn. I appreciate the generosity. I promised I would donate $100 if you reach 300K. I appreciate your generosity. Didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. And thank you for tuning in and supporting the channel. Thank you, Ronald, for the $9.99. Thank you, Teed Rimmer, for the 2 months. Thank you, Chaser Gabe, for the $5 super chat. Looked like it was going to drop a major tornado in Kansas. Yeah, I was watching his feed. This storm, I mean, storms like this we've seen so many times this year that get latched to outflow boundaries. And this storm did look like it was going to produce a huge tornado. But I didn't have that feeling that it was going to. I mean, it looked like it was pretty organized, but it had a really short stint of actually being on the ground. And it's kind of just back to being disorganized again. It still has a hook. Still has an inflow, so it could recycle, but for the time being, at least, it is more of a wind threat again, until we start to see this recycle, which right now it's recycling. I think we could get another tornado with this as it moves down to the southeast towards like Lebo and Waverly, and my guess is that they'll probably issue a new tornado warning on this in the next minute or two, for those areas back near Lebo and Waverly in Kansas, as this is still a pretty organized supercell. Also, thank you, Roger, for the $50 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Roger. Appreciate your generosity. I was one of the brothers who got thrown from their house in Elkhorn, Nebraska on April 26th. I've been learning from you and watching all your streams that I can. I appreciate you tuning in. And I don't know what that means. Do you mean like from a tornado? If it was from a tornado, I hope you're okay. It's definitely scary. Honor just had a PDS sunset at the bottom right. It still's there, and now it's gone. Alright, we'll go back to Connor for the time being. And then we'll go back to the storm after. They actually just issued, well, never mind. Let's go back to radar, because they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. That is for damaging winds up to 70. It's also going to be for the potential for golf ball sized hail. For the time being, there is not a new tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue one though, because let's see what the velocities look like. This thing still has at least a pretty decent hook to it. We'll see if the rotation is really there or not on this next scan. Velocities are a minute old, so we'll wait for the new update. But thank you to everybody that super chatted, donated, became a member, anything like that. I do appreciate your generosity. You guys are crazy. Crazy generous. And also thank you, Lisa, for picking up a Drunk NATO t-shirt. Here's the latest scan. So right now the rotation's broad. It does not look super organized. Again, I wouldn't rule out this, cycling though. I do think there's still a chance for a tornado within the next 30 to 45 minutes, as this does continue to move towards Ovalet or Olevet, Kansas. And yeah, all right. Stay here for a second. Wait till the next radar scan. Pretty dang sunset. Absolutely. Connor still has a view, actually. Let's go back to Connor. Connor Connor still has a view of this storm in Iowa. Still have a little lowering. There's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado
So they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Barclay, Olivet, Melbourne Lake here in Kansas. If you are in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm will continue to move down to the east-southeast over the next several minutes, and it will continue to produce the potential here for a tornado over the next several minutes. But once again, we got a really strong inflow in this storm. Still got a very definitive hook echo. Still could drop a tornado at any time as it moves down to the east-southeast over the next several minutes. We'll continue to watch it, bottom right of your screen. We'll go back to Connor here for the moment. Thank you, Hillary, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Rotation is still not tight. It's still trying to cycle on the Kansas storm. So that's, again, Osage County, Kansas, for the new tornado warning. How long have I been studying storms? Since I was born. Do I have news about Kansas City? Not really. I mean, the same. I mean, I've been talking about Kansas City for a little bit here, like at least a few times. I mean, I think the trend still is going to be wind and hail there. Could still see an isolated tornado risk, but I think it's going to be more of a wind and hail threat near Kansas City. So that's what I would expect there. I don't think anything's changed, at least in terms of my forecast for that area. Look at that sunset. That's unbelievable. Sunset and a lower in Iowa. Your Atlantic, Iowa.
All right, hang with me, guys. Sorry if you guys are just tuning in.
Yeah, these are all the storms right now in Kansas. The only ones that are severe are the ones near Topeka and the ones near Osage City. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the severe weather activity across the board. As these storms do get closer to Lawrence, they'll be predominantly, again, wind and hail. This storm, if it was discrete, I wouldn't be surprised if it had a tornado risk just due to how it's moving on radar, going, you know, west, northwest, east, southeast, this storm, but it's kind of merged with this other activity. So I do think the tornado risk on that storm is much lower. I think it's going to be more of a hail and wind threat until something tries to organize there. Still no debris signature on the tornado warning cells south of Osage City and southwest of Linden. But it's still trying to organize. It's still trying to come together. We got a massive RFD surge on this. Wind's going towards the radar. It's still weaker, which that's the green colors. The red and yellow colors, that's going to represent the winds going away from the radar. Winds right now estimated on velocities near 80 miles per hour in this RFD surge. So it's definitely a big RFD surge, no doubt about that. Moving down to the southeast, going towards Olivet in Kansas. And again, RFD is rear flank downdraft, before I get 19 people asking about that. Happens every stream. I subscribe, but no one ever answers me. There's 11,300 people watching. If I could answer every question, I would be a magician.
We get a tornado.
Alright, we're gonna stay on
right
Connor
now,
for a second.
that'd
I'm
be
gonna
so
take a quick,
crazy.
like, 30-second break. I'll be right back.
It's trying over there, I think, actually. Yo, that might be about to drop. Yo, we might have a tornado right there. We might have a tornado right there, guys. That might be on the ground. Right there. Might be on the ground right there, guys. In fact, I think it might be, chat. I need to find a better place to watch. Oh, yeah, that's reaching all the way down. That's a tornado right there. Big tornado right there. Yep, on the ground. Wow. Wow, big tornado on the sunset. Yep, there it is on the ground. I gotta find a place to park and pull off that's better than this. And then I gotta find a way to get close if I can. But first step, let's get this. Sorry, guys. It's a problem. Oh, sorry.
All right. Okay. Wow. I came back at a great time, and my camera's
There it
blurry.
is.
That's a tornado that looks like it's about to be on the
Tornado's
ground
on the
in
ground.
Iowa once again. Focus, camera. Focus. Hello.
I got a road to intercept if it stays on the
What's
ground.
happened with my camera? All right. Well, we're blurry for the time
bad
being,
road.
but that
That's
looks like a
coming pretty much
tornado
right
right
at
now
me.
in Iowa.
That is a
I'd say that's
tornado
more than
over there,
just tornado
guys.
possible. What is going on with my camera?
Oh my gosh, stupid
I'm gonna
mount.
wait for like 30 seconds. What happened?
That is indeed a tornado.
Okay, we're good. All right.
Wow. What a cool tornado.
It's on the same storm in Iowa again.
I assume you guys see this tornado?
Yep, multi-vortex on the ground.
Well, it's on the ground
You
again
guys
in
close?
Iowa.
Wow.
It's about as close as I could get, I think, yeah.
Where's the tornado?
Good stuff. And Freddie, I'm looking at it from the south right now.
It might not be on the ground anymore. I think it was at least briefly on the
Get
ground.
close on a good intercept right here soon, but right now,
As am I, Freddie. I think if you were in front of me, it would be like a mile to your north.
there it is. Still on the ground. Multi-vortex. Wow, what a tornado.
Well, multi-vortex tornado that's not fully condensed is on the ground.
Beautiful multi-vortex. Trying to figure out roads here. This thing could wedge, to be honest. This thing could wedge.
Southeast of Atlantic, Iowa. Let me go to radar because this has no warning. East of Atlantic, Anita. If you're in Cumberland, I would get to your safe place. Really, anywhere in this area, I would get to your safe place. There's no official warning yet, but this is an unwarned tornado right now in western Iowa yet again. And again, this is not something that's, again, the National Weather Service's fault. This is, radar does not show this, all right? This has a lot to do with visual observations in today's setup. So don't go crazy. But hopefully people that are watching right now that are in this area are getting their safe place. Wyoda, Anita, Cumberland, or north of the Manessa area of Iowa. It looks like we might have another tornado dropping, or it has at least touched down a couple times here.
Classic. GoPro's been charging all night.
Well, this storm in particular is definitely organized.
It's really trying to like fully condense.
Greenfield, Iowa would be in the track of this storm down the road. Again, that's still ways out because this storm's not moving very fast.
Coming somewhat our direction for sure.
Looks like it's not on the ground anymore.
Okay.
Still rotating. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. It was at least briefly there. We'll go back to this just for now.
This mountain fell off somehow.
But again, there is no
Everything
warning
went
on
to
this
crap
as of
here.
right now. Which again, it's not on the ground, but it's probably going to drop again.
Nothing that records that's working right now. Everything went to crap. Mountain fell off the freaking windshield. Oh, it's trying to drop again in the middle there.
There goes again.
There it goes. Beautiful occlusion right there, guys. Look at that.
Look at that funnel
Here it
developing
goes.
right there in the middle.
Oh yeah, it's about to fully condense right there.
Greenfield is
There
about
it
an
is.
hour
There it
away from the
is.
storm.
There it is.
Wow.
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 There it
That
is.
is on the ground.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
Wow. That just dropped really fast.
That's beautiful.
That
right
dropped
there.
within less than 5 seconds. And we have to go back to this because it's on the ground again.
That's beautiful.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
This is Storm Runner Media. They're right next to this tornado. They're right in it, basically. Or not in it, but they're close to it. So it looks like it's lifting up on their end. It's still a large rotating mesocyclone just southwest of Anita in Iowa. And this is Anita, just east of Atlantic, north of Cumberland, north of Manessa. Tornado just dropped again. Looks like it's lifted again. It's been kind of in and out here. Not in and out burger, but in and out in terms of rotation.
Trying to go down again. Here it goes again.
It's going again right there. Right side of your screen. Does anybody know what
Might be a
National
big one
Weather
this
Service
time.
office this is? They haven't issued a tornado warning yet. Is this Des Moines?
Oh wait, there's twins? Are you kidding me? Is that twins? Yo, we have twins right now. We have twin tornadoes right now. Are you kidding me?
Oh, there's
We have
two.
twin tornadoes on the ground right now. What is happening? Are you kidding?
There are two tornadoes on the ground right now. We got twin tornadoes.
Just had twins. Might still have twins.
That other one on the left side looks like it's trying to go larger.
Are you kidding me? We just had twins for a second. Okay, it's almost time to get close. So we're gonna lose visual for a second, then I'm gonna drive towards it though. This is what you do not do. You do not stop in the road to record. Come on, no.
I think Storm Media is closer. This is their view right now.
I do, but it's not like I
Still no warning on this. I added their national weather source on Twitter. I don't know if that's going to get across to them.
Well, then go. That's fine. Put the roof. At least keep them like that so we get the.
Yeah, if you are, let's go back to radar. If you are anywhere in Wyoda, if you are Bridgewater, Manessa, Cumberland, or near Anita, just east of Atlantic, Iowa, I would be getting to your safe place, as we do have a couple of tornadoes that have already dropped on this storm. There's no warning, as I mentioned before. There's nothing you really can see here on radar, but there are people observing tornadoes here, so make sure that you're seeking shelter. There's still no warning on this, though. And if you know any friends or family there, please let them know. Because unfortunately, there's nothing that they might not know. That's the other thing.
What is happening right now?
As other breaking news comes in, Tropical Storm Beryl has formed in the Atlantic Ocean. Expected to become a Category 2 or 3 hurricane. Connor and Stormer Media have the
Spinning pretty hard up in
basically
the sky,
same view. Let's go back to Stormer Media here. Back to just a lowering again. There's a lot happening. Happens a lot on these streams.
Unreal. Why is this not being warned?
All right, they have issued a tornado warning, and it is observed. That's good. At least we got the warning here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a confirmed tornado in Iowa near Anita, just to the south of Interstate 80. If you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a tornado that is confirmed. It's been on the ground multiple times. We've had multiple reports of it. Again, velocities are not going to show anything. It's really just going to be purely off observation because, again, just you cannot see anything on the velocities here. But just west of Greenfield, Iowa, near Anita, we've had several different tornadoes with this storm over the last hour and a half. So get to your safe place if you are in the pink polygon, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible.
We'll get a view here in other spawners. We confirmed. Okay.
And they still have views of lowerings. We're seeing if another tornado drops here.
Or maybe a handoff sort of deal trying to happen.
It's almost, we almost had a pink tornado back there. Crazy enough. Connor has a view of the bowl. Oh, look at that. Wow. That is crazy. Right at sunset. That is the large lowering on this storm right now. We call this a pink NATO?
Just condense.
Orange NATO? Almost looks like bright orange.
Imagine if that condensed.
This, as Connor's saying, if this does drop a tornado, it could go big. It also could just be another tiny tornado. You never know. And Wyoda, Anita in Iowa, you got to get to your safe place. Norway Center, Beria, and Linwood, also south of Adair.
That condenses, man. That's gonna be insane.
Population of 1,200 approximately.
Just condense.
All right, quick update while we continue to wait for that to lower. This is the storm near Osage City in Kansas. Again, big RFD surge still on this. It has a pretty crazy hook echo still. This could be producing damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. So with the RFD surge, so if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place because you're at least going to get some level of damage probably from at least the wind. Does not look as organized when it comes to a tornado risk. Still very broad circulation, but I would expect a damaging wind threat to definitely continue near Lebo and Waverly over the next several minutes. So that's the other warning. Still got damaging winds west of Kansas City. Even have some broad circulation. Look at that. West of Lawrence. This is not warned, but we could end up getting an isolated tornado out of that activity as it moves east. It's very rain wrapped. It's all in the middle of that between Topeka and Lawrence in Kansas. So be mindful if you're in between those two areas. Really, this is going east. So Kenwaka, Lawrence, be vigilant. It's not an imminent tornado threat, but there is at least some broad circulation. I don't think this is going to drop in the next 5 minutes, but I do think it's something to watch for down the road. Aside from that, strong storms between all the other activities that we have here back over in northwestern Missouri. This is again the storm that is currently has produced a tornado and is still trying to produce one near Wyoda and Anita. It has dropped several tornadoes over the last hour, so if you are in the pink polygon, take this seriously, as another tornado does still appear imminent on this storm with a very large lowering right above Connor's
Not sure if it's gonna
car.
do though.
That lowering is right over Connor's head right now.
Here.
Storm Intermedia is a bit further back from this. This is back to Storm Intermedia.
This thing is right in front of us.
Yeah. So if it's on the ground, we should be able to.
I don't know why there's a white bar on the right side of the screen.
Maybe darker to put them
Fix
outside.
that.
Lost whatever. Yeah, it's losing it.
I'm not so convinced that it's done though.
No, but I'm just saying.
Sunset goes crazy with this storm, though. I've got to say that.
It might be.
Oh, it's right up here somewhere.
It's like revamping itself literally right out your window.
Oh, right here by the little power turbine thing, right?
Yeah. You see the rapid rising motion?
Yeah, right there. I hear sirens going off.
That's good.
Hear sirens going off, guys.
Yeah, that's literally. I mean.
Yeah, there's definitely rotation. It's definitely spinning up there, right above Storm Intermedia.
Right here, right above the wind turbine.
Yep, I got him at it.
Okay.
They're good.
Cool. There's so much spin.
And again, Connor's repositioning, so we'll just stay on Storm Intermedia for a second here. Again, this is the tornado warning in Wyoda and Anita
Turn the car off.
in Iowa. Is this live? It is live. Yes. This is not pre-recorded content. We are definitely live.
I want nothing.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to take that chance of losing the stream. Oh, it's preset. That's not.
There's sirens in the town right up there, guys. The town right up there, there's sirens.
Wow, look at Connor's. Connor's looking at this too. Look at that. It's just a large, massive area of scud that's just rising up here. Looks like it's trying to feed into the storm.
Leaves in the air right here.
That right there.
Freaking leaves in the air.
This is the area to be right here.
Oh.
This might drop.
What's up, bro? Hey, listen, bro. There's a tornado, big dog.
The dog wants to be storm chasing too. Wow.
Bro is not happy about this whole situation here. Little bro is mad. Oh, hey, it's trying to form again right in front of me. It's trying to form again right here. It's trying to drop. It's gonna drop right in front of me if it does. It's Coming down.
Hey, look at that right above his head. It's spinning again.
Down.
Lots of spin there in the low levels. Wow, look at that thing spin
Might
right
be
there.
down,
That thing
who
is
knows?
really spinning now. No Tucker. What?
Right here. Right on top of us. Directly on top of me. It's trying right above us. See no evidence of a ground circulation right now, though. Look at that. Look at it try.
It's still spinning. It's not really rapidly spinning, but it is spinning.
Look at that go. That thing is just ripping.
By the way, bottom right of your
there.
screen, the Kansas storm, still very broad circulation, but damaging winds up to 70
might
miles
drop
per
on
hour.
top of
Will
me
continue to
the
be
way
a
it's doing
concern for Waverly,
boy.
Homewood,
This could be
Harris,
fun.
and Glenlock, Kansas. Ping pong ball sized hail also possible.
Might be trying to drop on top of me.
Thing is still spinning right above Connor's head.
Look at that spiral. What are you gonna do, buddy? You gonna drop or not? You gonna drop a tornado or are you gonna
It's
be
an
on foot,
indecisive
Storm?
NATO.
What you gonna do?
It's an indecisive NATO here
What
in,
you gonna do,
in
buddy?
Iowa.
As long as it's in this rural field, you can drop. No one will be mad.
It's having emotional. It's
Drop in this
having
little field right
emotions,
now.
at
That's
least
all
right
you
now.
gotta do. All you gotta do, little buddy, is drop a tornado in this field.
It's right above his head, so I mean, if it drops, we'll have a very clear view. There's almost no way this gets rain wrapped.
That's all you gotta do.
All these tornadoes here in Iowa have not been rain wrapped. Even the one in Kansas wasn't rain wrapped. Some days they're all rain wrapped, and sometimes they're not. It's a little shy. It is very shy, I think.
It's right
I am
on top of me
retweeting a
now.
photo on Twitter, by the way. Highly recommend you look at it. It is insane.
Yeah, I just can't tell if the center of rotation.
In Kansas, near Barclay, possibly the structure of the year for a storm. It's at Max Velocity WX on Twitter if you want to check it out. Absolutely
I'm liking this, though.
crazy.
Look at how stovepipe.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh, absolutely.
Remember what happened last time? Like just like 5
Actually,
minutes ago?
does Radar Omega have a view of that? This is the storm right here that has been unbelievable. We don't have a view on Radar Omega yet because we have the Burlington live cam, but this storm right here has an unbelievable structure, like photographically. At Max Velocity WX on Twitter if you want to see the photo. And I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning on this, but we'll see. Maybe they will. I don't see a whole lot of rotation though on that right now. All right, let's go back to, let's check this real quick again near Lawrence. All right, this rotation has broadened again. It's kind of occluding, so near Lawrence, not as much rotation. There was a little bit there briefly. Main concern here is going to be damaging winds up to 60 as that moves east. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out of the second round of storms that's now developing back over west of Oberlin. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Oh! Tornado's down. Stormer Media has a view of it. It's kind of blurry. Connor, I think, is about to have a view of it. Connor has a view of it now.
Down.
Tornado going down again.
What is happening?
Happening everywhere. These are like surprise NATOs here in Kansas.
Oh, really? You're blocking the road? Get up there.
Stormer Media has a view of it as well. They're right on it.
Can't confirm ground circulation, but if I had to guess, probably.
Yeah, look at that rising right there. On
Now
the
just
side.
kind of, it's a lot more rising motion now, it looks like.
Yeah, now you guys have a clear view.
I thought it was a stuck cord. This motor has officially died out. It can no longer.
Connor's right on it too.
Mud. This is mud. We're screwed. We're stuck. 100% stuck.
Uh-oh. He is in
Oh my
mud.
gosh. We are 100% not getting out of here. Holy crap. This is probably 5 inches of mud. Oh my gosh.
That's
There's
not
no
good.
way.
Connor's driving through mud again, and we know what happens when he drives through
Oh
mud.
my gosh. This is crazy. Yep, we're done. Wow. Why is this? What? How did that just turn to mud? What is my luck, bro? What is my luck?
All right, well, that's the third
pure
time that Connor's gotten stuck in mud.
And here this is again.
Wow. I don't know how you get your car out of there.
The roof cam pointed in that direction, so.
Did you wipe it off?
Huh? Try.
DL, do not go down the road with the police officer.
Back to Stormer Media.
It turns from gravel to 6 inches deep of pure mud, and I am once again immobile.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I'll come get you, don't worry.
Yeah, but this is gonna that's got the motion again. See how it's rising?
Yeah.
Back to Connor
What,
again.
bro? Yeah, I guess the cop blocked the road for a reason, I guess. Man, this Iowa, I mean, this road even showed up on the map, so I figured it would have been gravel, not mud. Looks like it turns to gravel up ahead.
Connor needs a tank. He might just need one. I don't know
Wow.
what car can even get through something like that anyways. Maybe, I mean, maybe a tank. I don't know.
Yeah, we're just sliding.
I mean, there's
Crazy,
just
bro.
no way. I don't even know how
crazy.
he's gonna get out of that tomorrow. Like that's he's so deep
That's
into
crazy,
it too.
bro.
He's so deep into that mud. Like, so deep. Like, you're gonna need...
Alright, Your Honor, I'm waiting.
I don't know what you're gonna need to get out of that.
I don't understand how you're frustrated. We've just seen 4 tornadoes. And we haven't had connection interruption.
Oh, it's still spinning. I mean, we got Connor still on this.
Even,
It's
like,
still
rain
spinning
can
above his
even-
head. That
Well,
thing
for
above
a
his head,
monster
that's still
tornado, I
spinning.
wouldn't have tried to get as close to it, so.
Not as strong, but this was an observed tornado. The tornado warning, by the way, in Kansas has now been canceled. Or has actually expired, I believe. Yeah, expired. So the
No.
only tornado warning right now is in
Fly
Anita,
deeper.
in Iowa,
Good news is
west of
that
Greenfield.
4Runner, Storm Runner should be able to get me out pretty quick.
Above
so.
you on the screen, that is the spinning little area here. We'll go back to Stormer Media.
Find tornadoes
They're still
literally
looking
as
at that,
often
too.
as we can.
He needs a Cybertruck. That's what he needs. He needs some Cybertruck vibes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm cooked. I don't know why. Like, it just turned to mud. I don't even know, man. It's pretty rough down here, so even in your 4Runner with tires, it's literally like ice that just slides you left into like a grassy ditch, so use caution.
They were called the Cybertruck? I know. I saw that.
I just got back in the car.
Yeah, this is the storm that is still tornado warned. It is an observed tornado, which we do not think it's on the ground right now, but it's still classified as observed. It was observed not too long ago. There's another possibility it drops another tornado as it does continue to move eastbound. So if you're near Greenfield or just west of Greenfield, stay vigilant. And this will continue to move east over the next little while. It doesn't look like these storms that are a bit closer to like Des Moines are going to produce. I wouldn't rule out something brief near Ogden, but I think it's a low chance. I still think right now the main concern is going to be this storm near Anita. And this one might not last much longer. Again, future radars, we're not really showing this one living very long. So this one right now near Anita, there's a possibility that it just kind of fizzles out over the next 30 minutes. It's possible. So we'll still watch it, but it might become less of a concern here soon. We'll have to wait and see. But obviously, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. And again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. let's go back to... This is Connor's view. Again, Connor's stuck in mud, but he can still at least see the storm until it's out of here. So we'll see if it does anything here over the next several minutes.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. I don't really remember it. I just know I went around a firefighter and a cop who were, I assume, just watching the tornado. I went around them.
Oh, that was his first mistake.
And I thought it was gravel, and then all of a
Cop was
sudden,
blocking the
I was
road.
just sliding
Thank you,
on ice.
Tammy, for the super chat. Thank you,
Going,
David,
like,
for the
40, so I
$10
just kinda
donation.
just, like, slid
No problem at all.
to
I
a
appreciate you
stop,
tuning in, and
then
thank
my
you for your
car just, like,
generosity.
just slid
Thank you,
sideways.
Takeout, for the $4.99. Can you check the Osage storm? I did check it when we talked about it earlier, so I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Kevin, for the $5 super chat. Family from Oklahoma, no problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. And hope I can help you there in Oklahoma. Thank you, Smith, for the $1.99. Thank you,
guys.
Susan, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Camo TV, also for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity, and thank you. By the way, a little bit off topic, but I do want to make this announcement. Me and Connor will probably be doing a public golf stream whenever he's in Florida. So, just letting you guys know, it's probably a month or two away. It was originally going to be members only, but we actually might do it publicly on both of our channels. So, for those that were wondering.
Yeah, Chad, I'm not even upset. Like, Storm Runner and Freddy are coming. This storm is dying anyway. It's on its last breath, so I'm not even upset.
Oh, yeah, I see the, oh boy.
Not even upset.
So you're in Florida. It's been public information for like, I don't know how long, but it's been out there forever.
Sit back and watch the peaceful sunset. Look at those pinks, chat.
I actually got recognized today. I was out and about.
Look at those pinks.
Thank you, Karen, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. We might also do a cooking stream, by the way. So a couple different things. We might do a golfing stream and a cooking stream. So, could be interesting. I think the cooking stream might be members only, though. But again, that's still ways away.
Yeah, I didn't see the yellow sign, but it is what it is.
So again, this is the storm that's tornado warned. We got Cheetos clouds at the bottom right of your screen, so some Cheetos clouds over near Wyoda. This storm is falling apart visually on radar, so I don't think this tornado risk is going to last much longer. Maybe something brief, but these storms do look like they're weakening pretty quickly as they go towards Greenfield, Iowa. So, still something to watch for. Again, we're still watching Kansas City. That's really the next concern, I think, will be Kansas City. And still this storm back over near Waverly, Kansas, that is still highly discreet and could still produce a tornado down the road. But this storm in particular is the one that's going to go towards Kansas City with probably mostly a wind concern. But we could still see an isolated tornado or maybe even some hail. And then the storm back over southeast of Osage City still has some rotation. But it's not crazy. Not as crazy as it once was. Wow.
Chat, look at this.
That's impressive.
Look at this.
I don't even know
chat.
how he made it that far, to be honest.
It's sicking to my
If you're just tuning in, again, Connor got
can't
stuck in
even
mud.
walk.
Thank you, Mike, for the 5
What's
gifted
up,
members, and thank you,
guys?
Gabe, for the 1 gifted. You got to get to membership.
Hey.
Make sure I thank them in the chat. This is a womp womp situation.
It's like quicksand down here.
Hey, you can't even walk in that. If Queso was walking in that, he would sink.
I'm not even really stuck. I just need to wait for it to dry. If it dries, I'll be able to drive out of it.
Well,
Might have to leave the car here for the night, let it dry.
this is one of
and
the
then come back
things
in
that
the
happens
morning
with
and
storm
drive it out
chasers.
with no problem.
Just letting you know. This does happen, at least to Connor, more frequently than
I don't even know.
most. But it's one thing you have to watch out for when you're
Dude,
storm chasing is not going into mud.
Now you're really gonna need to wash your shoes, Freddy. Yes. Those new Nikes will be perfect for this situation. Oh, do not step on the left. Is that a new funnel?
I think there's a new funnel there in the middle. You see that? I think the storm's still trying. The radar shows it as almost nothing now.
Funnel, bro?
Connor's doing
It's the
some
storm-
mud chasing
the
right
storm's
now,
literally
trying to
dead.
intercept that little funnel. I think it went away. Or maybe it's still there. I can't tell.
Where's the
There's like a little
tornado? It
small
was
little
like
nub
almost
that was there
red.
for a
I was
second.
like, I was like, that is not good. It's like, I was like, watch this thing.
Okay,
Like,
I think it's gone. I think there's like a brief funnel there in the middle.
I took a right, it was going south, and then it just wedged over.
It's so weird, bro.
I know.
What even happened?
Got some
today,
cotton
man?
candy clouds up there too.
Yeah,
Freddy has made it all the way down here.
No, it started with the most random.
Into the
like,
mud.
there was no reason for it.
No, when I just.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have canceled the tornado warning in Iowa. There is a new tornado warning for Osage County in Kansas. So if you are in that warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is the storm. Honestly, it doesn't even look that much. I mean, it's still very broad. I would stay in your safe place, though. There's probably at least going to be a big RFD surge with damaging winds for Melbourne and west of Silkville and north of Agricola near Interstate 35. And they've issued a new tornado warning in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That is near Maryville. West of Maryville, brand new tornado warning for Corning and Fairfax. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter as well away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I mean, this could be another situation where we might not be able to see the velocities on radar. It's a bit of a radar hole up here. But if there's a tornado, it's going to be somewhere in here near Fairfax or Corning. So 2 new tornado warnings now. We got one in northwestern Missouri, and we got the other one in Melbourne, Kansas. So again, both tornado warnings. So you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This storm, as I was mentioning before, it did not look very impressive on velocities. It still looks like it's really it's at least very broad rotation. I think it's going to be more of a wind threat, probably upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. I think this tornado risk on this storm here is going to be still low, unless it gets attached to that outflow boundary again. In that case, it could produce more of a tornado risk, but it's kind of losing its structure here overall. So I wouldn't rule out a tornado, but it looks more like a wind concern right now, north of Waverly. But as I mentioned before, if you're in a tornado warning, get to your safe place. The one in Missouri, again, this one's a little bit tougher to tell what's happening because velocities just don't tell you really the story since we're just so far away from this storm. So Fairfax, Corning, west of Skidmore, just stay in your safe place. It's a radar hole. Unfortunately, we really can't tell what's happening here unless we have some sort of live shot, which I'll try to see if we do. On the traffic cams. Let me check that and see if we can get a view of this. Is there a report on this, maybe? No, it's just radar indicated. Trying to see if there's anything up here. We got a camera. There's a view. There is a view, I can confirm. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. I'm checking the other couple cameras here. We do have a little bit of a view of a lowering. Kind of looks scuddy. This at 29. This Interstate 29 Savannah, very top right of your screen. That is probably where we're looking for that potential. So that right there in northwest Missouri, and we're in a radar hole, so we're working with what we got. That's basically this. There's not really much else you can see. And it's also nighttime, so it's going to be hard to see no matter what. But very top right of your screen. That's a pretty solid shot, at least of the lowering on this tornado warning cell in northwest Missouri. Des Moines shows it well? Let me check. It really doesn't. The problem is, I mean, we're looking even higher up into the clouds from Des Moines. The radar site that we are currently looking at from Omaha, this one is still looking well up into the atmosphere. This is probably about 10,000 feet up into the atmosphere. And that was one of the problems with these other storms. And a lot of people were asking, why are we not seeing rotation on radar? Well, there was at least a little bit of rotation. But, like, the problem is, the clouds are so low, the radar beam is looking so high up, you really can't see it. So these storms that were happening in Iowa, you couldn't even see it. Now these have fizzled, so it's really not going to matter much. Like everything here is fizzled. It's just this entire environment here in Iowa is very stabilized now because of all the shower activity that we saw earlier in the day. So, but bottom right of your screen, that's what's left of those storms in Iowa. So, And also the mud situation, we'll keep that up for now. Alright, let's go back to the Northwest Missouri storm. We still got a live shot here. That's the lowering there at the top right of your screen. See if we see anything drop here. Send photo on Facebook of the tornado. There was actually a tornado here. How long ago was it? Does anybody know? I didn't know there was something actually confirmed on that. We lost the view again. Let me check this out on Facebook. Is there a tornado? Well, apparently there was something on this storm. I'm trying to see. Oh, yeah. There sure was. I'll try to show you in a second if it's... There's... Hey, you, Vortex to the 499. I sent you photos on X from the Atlantic, Iowa tornado. Okay, I'll check it out. Wow, this is... Okay, so this is from Mindy Brown. This is what the tornado was, or is, as of not too long ago. I don't know the exact time here, but this is probably pretty recent. That right there is why this probably got warned. Kind of looked like it's roping out here, but that would be it right there. In Rockport, Missouri, on this storm. Unfortunately, again, there is a radar hole here, so we really cannot see this storm on radar, but wow. So that's this storm here. Velocities are not going to tell you a story, because you just cannot see them. You cannot see them at all. Ignore that. Just change it over to here. Help Connor? What am I gonna do? I can't help him. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. This is the third time he's been stuck. I mean, he has people there. I think he's fine. I don't know how he gets out of that, to be honest, but I think he's alright. Or are we talking about helping him to get himself a helicopter to go storm chasing in? Because I think if he gets a helicopter, he won't get stuck in the mud as much. Wow. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port just south of the tornado-warned cell in Kansas. And this is honestly the structure of the year, I think. We have a full photo on Twitter that I retweeted at MaxVelocityWX. If you see another lightning strike, you will see the curvature on this shelf cloud. It's insane. Like, look over here. If we get another good lightning flash, you'll see the curvature. You can just kind of see it. It almost looks like pancake stacks. It's crazy. What's Connor Croft's location for a free tow? I would message him in his chat, because I don't know. If he needs one, then just go into his chat. He's on YouTube. Oh, we got a train intercept, too, on the right side of your screen. Wow. I think whoever was talking about that in chat, I think... maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, just go... If you know... If you're in the area and you can help him, just add him in the chat or something. Wow. This tornado in Missouri, I think, is actually on the ground. This is from Mindy Brown again on Facebook. It looks like it's on the ground. If this is all verified, again, I'm not 100% sure if this is the actual storm, but just going based off their word, this is a tornado that is on the ground, west of Maryville, or was. And velocities are not going to show you anything, because it's just, again, in a radar hole. But this might be on the ground right now near Corning and Interstate 29. By the way, Mindy, I would definitely reach out to the National Weather Service and get that to them. Because they might be able to verify that. I have another photo on the same storm that does confirm a tornado, so I'm pretty sure this is on the ground, or at least was. As of 10 minutes ago, there's another photo of it being on the ground, crossing the Missouri and Nebraska border. So again, that tornado that is on the ground or was on the ground would be near Interstate 29. And this is the other photo. So again, same tornado. Actually, a nice cone-shaped tornado there. Good thing they have a tornado warning on this. Unfortunately, radar holes like this, they are not our friends. So this storm in northwest Missouri is producing, or has produced, a tornado. Let's see if we have any other sort of reports about this. Okay. What is a radar hole? It's when we have... Wow, this is interesting. Okay. It's whenever we have a area where there's really no radar coverage. So we have a radar site here. We have a radar site here. I'm not sure why the cameras are broken. I'm just going to go back to here. But there's 2 radar sites there. We got one over in Kansas City. And so there's nothing else nearby. We got one here too. But this is basically, this entire area is in a radar hole where there's very low resolution on the velocities. In addition to that, this particular area is an area where whenever we look at velocities or reflectivity, we are looking probably about 10,000 feet up into the atmosphere, so maybe even higher. So we're not getting a great indication of what's happening at the ground level. So a tornado like a storm like this that's producing a tornado, we might not know purely because we're in a radar hole, unless there's some sort of report. And really, hopefully we get more radar sites as we go, you know, throughout the next several years, because there's a lot of radar holes in the United States. And one of the most famous ones that exists is right along the Iowa and Missouri border. There's always a problem there, unfortunately. Let's go back to Burlington again. Wow. This is insane. This is, again, a large shelf cloud, an unbelievable storm structure on the tornado-warned cell here in Kansas. This is the storm that is also currently tornado-warned, but, again, still broad circulation right now. This is backed over in Burlington. This probably isn't even the best-looking shot of it. I mean, this is just a shot from the southwest side of where the actual best shot would be. And, again, we have photos of this on our Twitter page, at MaxVelocityWX. But this is just south of the tornado-warned cell near Burlington, Kansas. That shot was taken in 1955. Okay, well, it's nighttime, so it has a nighttime visual. It has, like, nighttime goggles, basically, if you will. So this is a night shot. If you look over here, let me shift my screen here. You can't even see the entire thing. Over here, look at that, right there. It's the Radar Omega Cyclone port picking this up. Right there. You can actually see the leading edge in this, like, pancake stack that we have. Just south of Burlington. Lots of lightning, too. Unbelievable. Can we get structure of the year on this, maybe? Very well might be. I can verify, though, that this was not taken in 1955. Just letting you know. You can see the live feed on the Radar Omega app. If you want to download, it's like the bottom link in the description. Wow. I don't know what to tell you. That's just insane. One of the craziest storm structures that we've seen this year, and it seems to keep getting even crazier every single week we look at these storms. So far, the main concern right now for Kansas City is going to be damaging winds. We got a leading edge of damaging winds right here. The greens representing, the brighter greens representing damaging winds. So if you're anywhere near DeSoto, Overland Park, Kansas City, be ready for the potential for damaging winds up to 60. It does appear the tornado risk in this area will probably be pretty close to zero. Wow, another crazy shot. We got mammotus clouds north of Kansas City now. These are Dippin' Dot clouds. Crazy. In northwest Missouri on another live shot on Radar Omega. Crazy. There's only 2 cameras in this area, and they both have crazy shots of this. Can't get much crazier than this. As a reminder, we do have a tornado warning in northwest Missouri. This storm has produced a couple of tornadoes, or at least one tornado that was on the ground. A couple of viewers verifying that from photographic evidence. That happened south of Rockport. At this point, it is very unknown if it is still on the ground or if there's still a threat here for a tornado, because we just can't see the velocities very well on radar. But if there is one, it's going to be just east of Interstate 29 now, going towards Skidmore in Missouri. Iowa thunderstorm activity, it's really fizzling, so the activity here is definitely kind of becoming pretty minimal. Got some showers and random thunderstorms across parts of Wisconsin and even back in Illinois, but not much happening really up there right now. It's pretty ordinary stuff. They have canceled the tornado warning in Kansas, so that warning is done for the time being, which... Again, the rotation did not look really impressive on it, so not really shocking, but the, again, storm structure is just insane on this. We'll go back to the storm structure. This is probably gonna be the peak of this storm structure on this camera. I don't know if it's gonna get much better than this. But right side of your screen, you can see that thing curving out. It's mind-blowing. I'm almost speechless looking at this thing. Apparently Connor's moving his car, by the way, bottom right of your screen. He's cooking right now. I don't know if he's cooking some burnt grilled cheese or he's actually cooking some steak, but... I don't know where he's going with that. Thank you, Dustin, for the $1.99. Crazy you can have a blue sky right above a NATO. It's possible. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted members. Appreciate that. If you got a gifted membership from Mike, make sure to thank him in the chat. Thank you, Tap, for the $4.99. That's crazy. Thank you, Wanda, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, Singer, for the super chat. Thank you, Unchained, for the $5 super chat. Connor will manage to get himself stuck in the sand trap while golfing. Be prepared to tow him out of that, Max. That is hilarious. Thank you, Jess, for the $4.99 and also the $1.99. Appreciate that. Thank you, Smith, for the $4.99. I'll talk more about tomorrow in my morning forecast, or I might talk about it a little bit later in the stream. Thank you, Clyde, for the $1.99 also. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. We're not going anywhere, by the way, but just letting you know. Make sure to subscribe if you're new. The red button down below. Make sure to subscribe. Subscribe. Thank you, Callie, for the $9.99. Appreciate that, and stay safe. How do we donate? There's a donation link down below, there's a Venmo, and there's also super chatting. If you want to donate. Yeah, not required, by any means. Are you going to cover Tropical Depression 2? I will have an update on that tomorrow morning in my video. Can't expect a video tomorrow morning. Wow, crazy lightning. This is, again, the storm that we're talking about near Waverly. Still got a huge RFD surge on this. Probably damaging winds around 70 to even maybe up to 80 miles per hour. Still warned for 70 mile per hour winds. Very broad and weak rotation near Interstate 35. West of Kansas City, again, still mainly a wind threat. We got our tornado warning in northwestern Missouri right now, west of Skidmore. And this has produced a tornado or two already. It might again, we again don't really know. There's not really much of a view here on radar, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this area and in this particular warning. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe threat will continue across the tornado watch, which, by the way, this tornado watch goes until 11 p.m. Central Time. The main concern on this area will continue to be wind and hail, but a tornado will still remain possible. The greatest concern is that supercell back over in northwest Missouri, and also the storm back over east of Emporia, Kansas. Connor is cooking, by the way. He is cooking. Connor is cooking right now. He's about to get out of this.
I can't see. Turn off your lights.
Look at him. He's cooking.
He's gonna hit your car.
We might have him saved here. There are a lot of cars here. Is he just driving out, or is there actual? Is there something? I can't even tell.
I guess. All right, we're back on gravel. Looks like.
He's cooking. Cooking a steak. Thank you, Spirit, for the $4.99.
Let me cook, chat.
I appreciate that. He's out of there. Thank you, 1,000 miles away for the $10 super chat, or $11.02 super chat. Appreciate that. The storms in Iowa are fizzling. The ones in Kansas and Missouri are not.
And we're good.
That is wild. I can't believe that is a record for him getting out of mud. Actually, maybe not. The last time that he was in mud, I think he actually got out quicker. Let's get some W's in the chat for Connor. He got out. Wow. Much wow. Maybe even some wows in the chat. W's and wows. I'm low-key shocked he got out that quick. I thought he was going to be in there for like 5 days. Gritty for Connor? No. But if we do get 17 more members in today's live stream, I will actually do a gritty, because we have 83 right now. We can make it 100. Still got a tornado warning on this storm in Missouri. Actually, this storm is weakening quickly, so this tornado risk is actually probably going to be dropping. But the storm that's going into Iowa, near College Springs and Bedford, this one could go tornadic. We don't, again, really know by just looking at radar, but definitely be mindful if you're back near Bedford or Lenox or Mount Ayr. Could get an isolated tornado with that as that moves to the northeast and east-northeast. 300k gritty? I gifted 30 members for 300k. A Culver shirt gritty? That would just be cursed. Thank you, Kansas, for becoming a member, and welcome to Velocities. Thank you, Charanda, for the $5 super chat. Or, sorry, $5 Venmo. I appreciate that. What? Is there a tornado in the view in the night vision when there was lightning? Let's see. I'm looking at a lot of scud. This is an unbelievable view. I mentioned this already, and I'll mention it again. This is an insane view of this storm. There's a lot of scud. I don't think that's a tornado, but there is definitely a lot of scary looking cloud in there. Scary looking clouds, it's plural. English. But, let me look at the other radar site here. I mean, I wouldn't rule out, like, maybe something here. Maybe, like, a small tornado near Silkville or Agricola. I mean, I'll be in your safe place if you're in this warning no matter what, because the potential here for at least damaging winds is going to be high. Upwards of 70 miles per hour. Which could knock over trees and send debris flying. I can't verify it, though, just from purely how far away we are from the radar site, and... I mean, from this view, this is in Burlington. It's southwest of where this tornado would be. And this tornado is probably wrapped in this rain somewhere, which we just can't see. I'm seeing a lot of scary-looking clouds, though, from what I'm seeing here. And also a lot of scud. There was a unwarned tornado near Rehoboth, Massachusetts on Wednesday. I posted it on Twitter. If you guys follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, we posted about it. It was really quick, but it was on the ground for about half a mile, and it was an EF1 tornado with maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour. So that just got confirmed. Aside from that, there was a microburst in Seek or Seekonk in very far southeastern Massachusetts. Yeah. Somebody just said the word mail in chat. It actually reminds me, we do have fan mail, so if we don't have any warnings that are tornadic at some point here, we will open a couple of packages that you guys sent. Let's go back to this tornado warning real quick, and yeah, this tornado warning probably gonna get canceled. This storm is fizzling out like crazy. I don't know what these lines are. I can't remember what they're actually called. There's some sort of radar term to it. They look like slitherio snakes though on the radar. Alright, back to the radar Omega cam back over south, or actually in Burlington, on the shelf cloud. Thank you, Carter, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Froggy and William, also for becoming members, and welcome to the Velocities. What is a microburst? It's just a short, very short-lived, huge downburst area of wind that comes down over like a 3 or 4 mile stretch. It's usually not very large. They call it micro burst for a reason. It's micro, which is small, and it's just a big downburst area of wind that can spread out very quickly. It usually dies out very quickly, but it kind of just builds up, and it usually produces damaging winds that can be as high at sometimes as, you know, 80 to even sometimes 100 miles per hour, and sometimes higher than that. So for those that are asking, by the way, I saw a couple people asking in the chat, if you want to send mail, the link will be pinned in the chat. I also posted it, but pinned in the chat, there's also a link in the description. Tornado warning in northwest Missouri still is ongoing, but again, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets canceled in a moment. What do I like better, Whataburger or Culver's? Definitely Culver's. I don't know why anybody likes Whataburger, so well, I can see how you like it, but like I don't know how that's a top pick for anybody. And what you're looking at is a storm north of Burlington, Kansas. It is an absolute mothership of a storm right now. Again, probably structure of the year. If you look at the photos on our Twitter page, they do more of a justice than this because it's kind of getting dark out, but anytime you see a flash of lightning, still looks pretty crazy. Anomalous propagation is what that was on radar, by the way. Thank you, Michael. That's what it's called. That tornado warning now has officially been canceled. I haven't had blue on for a while, so no tornado warnings. But this right here is anomalous propagation. So just another kind of like radar glitch that can sometimes happen. Some people think it's magnetized gravitational pull. I don't know. Some weird things out there. So no, that's not what that is. Thank you, Rise, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Whataburger is overrated. Have to agree. My tornado warning counter says 1. It sure does, doesn't it? Let's make it say -20. Maybe it'll scare away the tornadoes. We have it that low. How do you become a member? It's the join button down below or the top link in the description. And for those asking about sending mail, again, the link is pinned in the chat. It's also in the description. By no means are you required to send anything, but we do members-only streams of opening up mail a lot of the time. Today, we'll do it on this stream because we just have had no time to do members-only streams recently. We've been live 9 days in a row, so. Somebody just said -1 sub for talking crap on Whataburger. It's my opinion. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's not. I don't know why people like it. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't. I get why people might like it, as I said. So I get that. But, like, having it as your, like, your number 1 or 2 pick, I don't know. Strange stuff, man. Strange stuff. New severe thunderstorm warning near Garnet in Kansas. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. As of right now, no tornado possible label on this. It does look like it's mostly a wind threat right now, but we are going to be going into a radar hole here pretty soon. Looks like Kansas City might narrowly get avoided by the worst of this weather. So that's good news. We still got like 30 minutes until it's, you know, like it's not officially a done threat in Kansas City, but, like, you know, we got like 30 more minutes until we can still see an isolated severe storm there, but I still think the threat is pretty low. We've had some flash flooding back over near Junction City, but luckily the rain that's been training there is starting to fizzle, so not a whole lot more moisture in that area that can produce training thunderstorms. All right, this is the live shot again near Burlington, Kansas. We'll see how it looks once this storm gets closer. Though this area in Burlington is not currently in the track of a wind threat, we will probably still see a big pickup of wind, because this little dashed area here on radar, that is your outflow boundary, and that is currently moving towards Burlington, Kansas. So we should have a pretty clear live shot of this here, as it does get a little bit closer. Thank you, WD, for the $4.99. It might make the severe weather go away if I eat Whataburger instead of Culver's. I don't know. It might. I haven't had Whataburger in like 5 years. The last time I had it was in Texas. Thank you, Jay, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. We actually have a couple of severe storms in North Dakota. Let me just touch on that real quick. Just south of Grand Forks. We haven't even looked up here at all. This threat today was pretty low. Look at that thing. Look at that thing turn. It's actually like a small little mesoscale convective vortex near Thompson. Mostly a wind concern right now near Halstead and Shelley. But 60-mile-per-hour winds right now across the board, maybe up to 70. That's what the warning's for. It's up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's pretty impressive. We actually could get an isolated tornado on the leading edge of this storm activity. A little bit of rotation there near Lockhart. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning in Minnesota, though. Just feels like that kind of day. Got another storm riding along an outflow boundary in South Dakota, too. Look at this lonely storm out here. South Dakota. Wow. What is going on here? And look at this. You can't see it fully. This is just a... I just randomly picked on this live cam in Iowa. Why can't... What is my full screen? Is it this? Okay, you're gonna see everything, which is fine. But this right here, like left side of your screen. What is going on right there? There's like some very low-hanging clouds for no storms being here in northwest Iowa. It's interesting. Just decided to pick out that live cam, and I was kind of surprised by what we saw. Very low-hanging clouds. But storms are done in Iowa, unless you're in southern Iowa. Bit of a different story. Still some isolated wind, hail, and maybe a brief tornado before that activity winds down. Again, Kansas City area and eastern Kansas and western Missouri will be the main concern here for the next few hours. Let's go check back in on this live camera here. The storm's going to be moving into Burlington, Kansas in a moment, which this is where that live camera is currently. Thank you, Heather, for the $50 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Yeah, there will be 2 rounds. This is the first one. I don't think the second round is going to be that bad. I would be surprised if we really got anything in Kansas City, because this storm activity should stabilize the atmosphere by quite a bit. So this storm activity moving through Kansas City right now, which, again, just some gusty winds for Kansas City by the looks of it. This back out here to the west would be the second round of storms. Again, I would be surprised if this made it to Kansas City. Even if a computer model shows it, I would still be surprised. Let's see the HRRR model run. Yeah, you can kind of see, I mean, there might be some redevelopment early tomorrow morning, but like this line of storms that's going right now is not going to make it. So the convection that bubbles up in Nebraska later tonight, that could end up producing some damaging winds near Omaha and maybe back down through Kansas City. but does not look to be a major concern in my opinion, other than just some isolated damaging winds. And that really goes for anybody, not just Kansas City. So that is what I'm thinking. Well, we've barely had any severe thunderstorm warnings today, but it's definitely been interesting. This stream's definitely been interesting for what it's been. We've been under 10 warnings total this entire live stream. Gives you an idea of how isolated this activity's been. Need jail for the 199. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jordan, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad you enjoy them, and I appreciate you tuning in. Oh, there was like a firefly there for a second. Is that a tornado? No, it's a massive shelf cloud with a lot of scud on the lower end of that. A lot of lightning. I kind of wish we got some lightning out in front of this so you could see what this looks like, but it's nighttime, so it's hard to see. Again, this is on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port here in Burlington, Kansas, for this live shot. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. A localized threat for severe wind gusts will persist for a couple more hours. A watch is unlikely. They give this a 5% chance at a watch in Minnesota, the lowest that you can literally get. I have a question. I don't know if I'm going to be able to answer you. This chat is going very fast. What happened to Connor? Connor was stuck in mud, but he's back. He's just there. He was stuck in mud, but he was able to get out. So, good news. We're only 50 subscribers, by the way, from 301,000. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. What is the significance of a shelf cloud? Well, I mean, shelf clouds in particular, they at least show you that there's a wind threat. Like with any storm that I have ever seen that has a shelf cloud, there is wind. Okay, I mean, there's wind in general usually, but like, there's usually some sort of gusty wind or damaging wind threat that is associated with a storm like this. And in this case, with this particular storm,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so new tornado warning for Franklin and Anderson County, Kansas. Whenever that pops up, we'll show you. Oh, there it is. It's the same storm. But this right here, this outflow boundary, that right there is really where the shelf cloud is, and that is where the significant wind threat would be associated. Now, with this storm, we're not going to really have as much wind, but there will at least be some gusty winds as that moves into Burlington. New tornado warning for those near Sykeville. There actually was a bit of a tightening on that storm on the last scan. No debris signature, but rain-wrapped area of rotation just east of Silkville. Sorry, not Sykeville. Silkville. South of Princeton and west of Richmond. So if you are in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. They actually measured a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, at least estimated by emergency management, in Harris, Kansas. So that's the latest there. Little observation for you. Sykeville would be a crazy name. There you are, Marshall for $4.99. It's actually not bad. I mean, again, we're not sponsored by Culver's, but we do talk about it a lot. Probably an unhealthy amount that we talk about it. Well, this shelf cloud's getting really close here in Burlington. We're going to continue to keep going back and forth to this, because once this shelf cloud moves over the camera, we are going to get a big surge of wind. So it'll be interesting to watch that once it gets a bit closer. This tornado warning, by the way, this is what it looks like. It's in between a lot of places, but it includes a population of 283, so pretty rural areas of Kansas, but just west of Richmond, southeast of Williamsburg. A bad lightning storm hitting Kansas City. Oops, hit my mic. It's gonna be a lot of lightning with these storms. Very highly electrified environment. Thank you, Brent, for the $5 super chat. You can give this $5 to Tucker. He does a good job. Well, Tucker is actually our social media manager, believe it or not. That's who posts all the stuff on our Twitter and Facebook whenever we have a warning. Which, if you're not following us on Twitter or Facebook, highly recommend it. Links are in the description. We could legit have a tornado dropping, though, east of Silkville right now. See what the next velocity scan shows. It should update here in a second. But really, huge shout out to all of our mods. Not just Tucker, but all of them. Do a fantastic job. I've never been to Freddy's. I've heard a lot of people talk about that in chat. I've never been, personally. I was hoping this velocity scan would update. The other radar site showed this to be pretty strong rotation, a little bit off the ground. It's probably about 8,000 or 9,000 feet off the ground, but very tight. Probably at least have a lowering or a wall cloud that's rotating. Just waiting for a velocity scan. Just on waiting. Just gotta wait. Fortunately, the radar scan did not come through on the latest thing here. This is 5 minutes old. It's fully rain-wrapped, by the way. So this is a fully rain-wrapped tornado if it is on the ground. Not that it really matters, because, I mean, even seeing a night tornado is really hard, but... Here's a live shot out of Burlington, Kansas, again on Radar Omega. This is that unbelievable-looking storm. Again, we're just kind of waiting for that shelf cloud to approach. Trying to see if we can get a better strike of lightning here, so you can kind of see on the horizon what we're looking at, because it is very dark. But if you go back in the stream like 15-20 minutes, you'll be able to see the full structure. But again, big surge of wind probably going to be coming in here in a moment to Burlington, Kansas from the outflow boundary. Probably won't be severe, but it will at least be something that'll produce some significant damaging winds. No debris signature right now, but we could have a tornado on the ground east of Silkville in the tornado warning. Moving east-southeast towards Richmond. If you're in Garnet, Centerville, or Laclined, I don't even know. If you're in this area, make sure that you're staying weather aware. This storm will be on track for you at some point in the next hour or so. Got a big surge of wind right now heading right through Olathe along Interstate 35, southwest of Overland Park and southwest of Kansas City, moving eastbound. So Belton will be in the track of that here soon. Rotation still pretty strong in the upper levels. I mean, again, we could have a tornado that touched down or was brief. Got another wind gust report, 70 miles per hour by a trained spotter in Williamsburg, Kansas. I would say Burlington is probably going to get hit by like 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts here. The outflow boundary is about to come through here, so we should see wind picking up here. You guys a Five Guys fan? I've actually never had Five Guys. Olathe? Yeah. Olathe? I mean, it sounds cool. Lacine, thank you. Max needs to do a stream where he goes to all these places and rates it. You know how expensive that would be? And how time costly that would be? That would probably take like 17 weeks to go to every town in the country. I would at least put like 100,000 miles on your car just doing that. Whoa. Oh, this is the latest scan. Okay, never mind. I was saying, it almost looks like a drunk NATO. But that rotation's kind of occluding now back to the left. It's taking a little bit of a left-hand turn. Going towards Homewood and Princeton. So if there was a tornado, it probably just occluded to the north, is my guess. They just condensed the tornado warning to go along with that. So just out the Homewood and Princeton area. If you don't know what a drunkenado is, top right of your screen gives you an idea of what a drunkenado is. Full explanation to it too. Drunkenados are very common with slow-moving storms. This one in particular, not really slow, so it's lesser of a chance, but it sometimes does happen. Another scan in a second. Let's see. Burlington should have that outflow boundary coming through in a moment. Culver's is the equivalent of Subway. Well, Subway sucks, so I don't think so. Apparently Connor just got flipped off by somebody. And they passed him. Very strange. And he's just driving straight. Storm Chasers, I don't know what to tell you. Apparently he was driving 50 with hazards on, and I don't know. Got a whole food debate in the chat. Alright, this rotation has occluded again, so yet again, this storm's been tornado warned like, I don't know, 7 times now it feels like, and it's every time, for the most part, rotation lasts for a few minutes and then it just kind of occludes. If you're near Princeton or Homewood, though, I'd be in your safe place for the wind threat and maybe a brief tornado still being possible. Let's stay on Burlington for the moment. See what the wind looks like here. Minus 1,000 or after that. Subway slander will not be tolerated. I actually have not had Subway in probably about 10 years, maybe 12 years. I mean, it just doesn't look good. It just looks like any other. It's like the McDonald's of subs. And McDonald's, it can be decent sometimes. Depending on how long this live stream is, I might go get myself a cheeseburger. I don't know. We'll see. But like, I don't know. It's just my thoughts. We haven't seen the outflow boundary come through yet. We're still waiting for that near Burlington. But this storm here, oh, never mind. The one in Minnesota. We actually have one in Iowa now, too. The one back up in Minnesota, that one is upgraded. We'll go to that in a second. This storm near Lenox currently is producing quarter-sized hail, or half-dollar-sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving northeast. Still wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, but I think the risk is low. This storm south of Thief River Falls. This one probably going to be mostly a wind concern as well. Maybe a brief spin-up or tornado. But right now upgraded to 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds going towards Mahnomen, Foston, Wahuash, north of White Earth, Elbow Lake, and Mine Irva. We'll be in the track of that in the next hour. Yeah, again, this area of rotation no longer in the tornado warning. I'm guessing that's going to get canceled. If they end up issuing a new one, we'll let you know, but it doesn't look imminent. I want to be the person that gets paid to name these towns. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting names up there. Minnesota and Wisconsin, they have a lot of very interesting names. Very difficult to pronounce. Well, the wind's picking up just a little bit. The outflow boundary should be moving through here. It's a little bit out of the way of the significant wind threat, but like the outflow is moving like right through Burlington now. And there goes the tornado warning, by the way, so that's been canceled out of definitely not surprising. Y'all are making me hungry. I'm actually hungry right now. Low-key. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream also. If you do want to support the page above and beyond, you can become a member with the links in the description. You can also donate. You can mail me something. The fan mail link is pinned in the chat. And all that random stuff. Oh, actually, real quickly, while we wait for the live cam to do this, I'm gonna quickly open up mail. We're not gonna go full cam, but this is the first package. Oh, it's Amazon Prime, so it doesn't matter about the address, but this is the first package that somebody mailed me. This is from Samantha Farm D. Actually, I saw you in the chat like not even 5 minutes ago, I think. So I think you're still here. Thank you, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Oh wait, the Grim Reaper, or is it two? I'm guessing that's your other name on Discord, maybe. I don't know. This is the package. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this warning is. I don't know if that's a good thing. Asphylixa. I don't know what that even means. These are some slow cooker liners. So I don't know what this actually is or what it does. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't know what this is, but I appreciate the fan mail, and I don't know what we're gonna do with this because I don't know what it is. Somebody can elaborate, please let me know. Google it. What if I want to? Oh, suffocating hazard? Oh, okay. Okay, we got it now. Thank you, Kristen, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. By the way, we need 10 more members for a Gritty, so if you want to have a Gritty in today's live stream, you can become a member. This is like the heaviest box ever, okay? I don't know what in the world's in this thing. This box is... This thing is bigger than my face. It's huge. Ow, my hand. I should have really got scissors for this. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. I will talk about Pennsylvania and all that other stuff for tomorrow in a few minutes. And, I'll have a video on it tomorrow morning anyways. What is this? This thing's huge. Why is it so heavy? Somebody actually sent me a crock pot. I don't even know what you do in a crock pot, to be honest. Wow, this thing's huge. Is this from... This is also from Samantha. 2 different packages from Samantha. Huge shout out to Samantha. I'm pretty sure you're in the chat. I don't remember. For the crock pot as well. This took, I think, 6 months for a crock pot to come in the mail. This was like a joke like 6 months ago, and now we just got one. It's a digital slow cooker. And you can try to speak the other language. I don't know what a crock pot does. I don't really cook that much. I mean, I cook grilled cheeses. I mean, don't know what to tell you. This might not be used anytime soon unless we do a cooking stream with Connor, which even then, I still don't know what this does. It has 3 heat settings, a 200-watt base, and pre-programmed time settings. Very fun.
A new tornado.
Alright, we have a tornado warning in Minnesota now. This is radar indicated. So, east of Lockhart. I mentioned this before, there could be a brief tornado with this. So there is some rotation going to be located within this hook right here. It's going towards Winger, Sundal, Gary, Wakun, Naman, Beiju. If you're in any of those areas, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. In Fertile, Minnesota. So I like IHOP. We used to order IHOP a lot during our longest, like our very long live streams. And get it DoorDashed. That's what we used to do. But seriously, thank you for the fan mail, Samantha. And yeah, if you want to send anything to us, the link's in the... It's pinned in the chat. There's also a link in the description. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know when I'm going to use that. There's some contamination on this. It's hard to see this on radar. We don't have any other radar sites, so this is the only one we're dealing with right now. Max is about to be wifeyed up. I don't even, like... I'm not married, and I'm not even close to that. I've never even been really that close to a girlfriend either. I mean, it's just life. Well, radar site. This one is Mayville over in North Dakota. Like, we're gonna be in a radar hole down the road if this storm continues, but like for now, it's actually pretty close. The problem right now is that it's just such a highly contaminated radar site. Yeah, the base velocities will go up a few tilts. There's actually really strong rotation right off the ground, so we could have a tornado dropping here, or there may have already been a tornado, with how strong the velocities are off the ground. Two people just said this in a row. Max is married to the wind. That's crazy. This is Monoman, Fertile, and Winger, Minnesota. Once again, if you're just tuning in. Lockhart, Bijou, Gary are also included in this tornado warning in northwestern parts of Minnesota. He's married to a water droplet. Wow. That's very cute. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. I'm gonna see if we have any live cams up here. I don't know if we do. Is that a hail core? Yeah, this is a huge hail core. The problem with this storm is that it's super contaminated. So we don't really know what's happening. Well, we know what's happening, but like we don't have like a, you know, again, a great idea of what's happening. This is the storm. It's just a photo from a moment ago. This is what it looks like. So that's this photo was from... I don't know why we have a car wash on the bottom right. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what's going on there. I just have that there. This is in northwest Minnesota. This is as of 2 minutes ago, or actually 5 minutes ago. So this photo was taken 5 minutes ago. Nothing clear. So this is less distracting. People are gonna think we're a car wash channel when they tune in. Let's go back to this. I'm gonna see if there's any other view of this. That was over in Mahoman, Minnesota. Well, this is a view out of Beltrami. This is just northwest. It looks like it's snowing outside, but you really can't tell because it's just so windy. I'm pretty sure the wind threat with this is gonna be pretty high, just by looking at that camera. But again, rotation at the surface, not super tight, and you know, it's not super tight yet. It's not on the ground, I don't think, at least as of right now. The rotation as we go up into the atmosphere, though, it does progressively get tighter and stronger. So I do think there's a lowering, or either that, or there's like a funnel cloud or a wall cloud, just something that's really rotating there, a little off the ground right now. So if you're in Sundale, if you're in Bijou, if you're in Monoman, Winger, Wacoon, get to your safe place in northwest Minnesota, and then back over near the Bay Layou area and Natawash and Minerva. Be ready, because this storm will be in the track of you here down the road. And again, Elbow Lake will be in the track of it. Lake George, Walker, Wilkinson are long-term tracks. Maybe Cass Lake, Shelvin, or Badgley could also be in the track of at least the wind concern as this continues to move eastbound. Well, we have cameras, but neither of them seem to want to work, so unfortunately, we're in that pickle too. It's either we look at a car wash or we look at some swirling images. I actually got a view out of Kansas City now on the bottom right of your screen, which is now loading as well. Quick update back over near Kansas City and Missouri. Again, the main concern down here has transitioned to predominantly wind. Wow, we actually have a huge surge of wind right now on the south side of Kansas City. All this blue representing damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Connor just got an IRL super chat. This guy just literally gave him a super chat in real life. All right, back to the weather. Back over near Aubrey and Belton. And we got a big surge of wind right now going west to east near Aubrey and Cleveland. So, again, moving west to east right now. If you're in this area, continue to stay away from windows. We could have damaging winds again up to 70. It's right now warned for 60 south of Orland Park and south of Lee's Summit. Kansas City, downtown area, we're done until like late tonight, like as in like tomorrow morning more than anything. Still got an isolated little supercell here near Lenox in southwest Iowa. Again, main concern, isolated hail and wind. And then we are still watching this storm right now in Minnesota for the potential for damaging winds, hail, and then maybe again an isolated tornado. Thank you, Catherine, for the 1 month. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. And thank you for your support. Also, huge shout out to Misty with the $50 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Misty. I do appreciate your generosity. How far east will this storm go? I mean, honestly, I don't feel like it's going to go that much longer, but this thing's been chugging along. Let's check out the future radar here. This is what the HRRR model thinks. The HRRR model has us going towards Bemidji and eventually Grand Rapids and then dying out, and then maybe another storm behind that. That's just a future radar, though. Let me look at the 000 run as well. Yeah, it kind of has it chugging along across parts of Minnesota here for quite a while. So this storm will probably continue to produce a threat for quite a while. But it'll probably, again, it's mostly going to be a wind threat here with this particular environment. We could, again, see an isolated tornado. Again, we got a lot of hail contamination because there's a lot of hail falling here. So, unfortunately, velocity is not going to be really our friend here. But a lot of hail falling, meaning that there's definitely a lot of hail here, a lot of wind, and then, again, maybe an isolated tornado. A lot of lightning, by the way, in Kansas City right now. Bottom right of your screen. It's live in Kansas City. He says he watches him on max velocity. Did he really? That's actually hilarious. I didn't hear that. He did say that. That's actually hilarious. Shout out to Joe for watching our stream too. All right, here's the latest scan. Again, nothing really clear here. Let's go back to the higher velocity tilts. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's gonna be down like near Gary, for example. Maybe something here, but that probably is more hail related. So, again, I'm thinking right now, if there's a tornado or anything like that, it's gonna be near Gary going towards Wacoon. Nothing clear, though, on radar really giving us an indication of that being on the ground. But continue to stay in your safe place. Bare minimum, we're talking about wind-driven hail with this storm. There's damaging winds in addition to some huge hail right now that's currently south of Fertile and near Gary. Again, this moving east towards Mahnomen at 50 miles per hour, by the way. It's a very fast-moving storm. Thank you to Pierrette for the becoming a member, and also thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate that. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Mike in the chat. We are 3 members away, by the way, from a gritty today. Yeah, if you are in this warning, I do have to agree with that. You should be in your safe place. If you're in like Raymore, Pleasant Hill, Harrison, Aubrey, Wee, Cleveland. This is a big surge of wind that's developed over the last several minutes, south of Kansas City, upwards of 70 to 75 miles per hour. And believe it or not, we actually could get a tornado risk with this, but I don't know where the outflow boundary is here. I don't see it clearly on radar, but if it latches onto that, we could get that potential tornado risk on this little notch there near Belton. It's not imminent, but it's maybe something to watch for as this moves eastbound. How can I become a member? It's the join button down below. Top link in the description. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. My feeling is this tornado warning will probably continue, and if we don't see anything clear on radar, they'll probably have this as a normal severe thunderstorm warning. Still aloft, there's quite a bit of rotation north of Gary, so that's actually where the rotation is here. If we go back a few scans. So that's the area of interest. Near Sundle, going towards Beiju, and eventually towards Manaman in Minnesota. We can continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Misty, for yet again another $50 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Misty again. Another very generous super chat. You guys are very generous today. I do appreciate the generosity. And thank you, Wesley, for the 5 gifted members as well. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Wesley in the chat. You guys are crazy today. Crazy generous. I am going to see if we have any live cams on that storm back down near Aubrey, just to see what the wind looks like there in Missouri. I'll have another radar scan on this storm in a second. Again, this is a tornado warning in Minnesota right now, if you're just tuning in. Still watching the severe weather in Missouri and as well as Kansas. Main concern right now is wind. For some reason, the cameras are bugging out on the website, so I can't really see them. Alright. Where's this Minnesota? Wisconsin update? I don't really think Wisconsin's going to see anything until like overnight tonight, and even then I don't think you're really going to see anything. I mean, maybe like this little cluster near like Rochester, maybe some damaging winds, but I don't think Wisconsin and Illinois are that concerning today. I did allude to this earlier in the stream too. Like a lot of this area, at least along the immediate coast of the lakes, was removed from the risk. Like this entire area, all that's out there right now are just elevated thunderstorms. There's really not much here, so just elevated thunderstorms. It's gonna be a noisy next few hours, but I don't see anything being really that significant other than just lightning and rain, which could accumulate to maybe some isolated flash flooding. Near Belton right now, still have a significant surge of wind right now moving west-east near Aubrey and Belton. They'll eventually go towards Interstate 49 and Pleasant Hill. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. Again, not tornado warned, but you don't need a tornado warning for a storm to be significant with wind. Let's go back to base velocities again. Should have another radar scan on this storm in a second. It's actually a view of the storm that's tornado warned. I don't really know if this is recent. Okay, it's 10:15. It says it there. Right here, this actually looks like the lowering. So that actually might be our lowering as of a moment ago in Minnesota. Looks like a little lowering, at least. Thank you, Lila, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Anything coming to Eastern and Lower Michigan tonight or tomorrow? There's a chance tomorrow. I would watch my video from today for more details on that. We will talk more about tomorrow's threat probably soon, depending on how, you know, intense the storm looks. If the next velocity scan doesn't show a whole lot of rotation, I'll try to talk a bit about it for at least a minute or two. But we'll have a video tomorrow morning with updated info. Tiny inflow notch on the storm. Yeah, there's an inflow. Again, unfortunately, the hail contamination really just gives us a hard time of actually seeing the velocities on radar. We really got to rely on higher tilts where there's hopefully less hail really blocking our view of velocities. Go to tilt 3 again. Can I get on tilt 3, please? Thank you. Alright, so we still have some broad circulation. It's near Sundal. Again, I'm pretty sure that live shot that we're just looking at a second ago is there. Or is like, that's like the lowering that we're probably looking at. That's what I'm thinking. So, still at least have some broad circulation where that inflow notch is. So if you are near Beju or Winger or Manaman, continue to stay in your safe place, as there's potential for a tornado still. All right, quick little update on tomorrow, and we'll go back to radar and other areas. This is today. Fun fact. This is tomorrow. So tomorrow's risk of severe weather, another large one, goes anywhere from the central and southern plains back over into the Ohio Valley and Northeast. The main concern for tomorrow is going to be damaging winds, but we do have an elevated chance for tornadoes in parts of the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. Main concern will be in the 5% tornado risk, which is the brown shaded area in Pennsylvania, extreme southwestern New York, and eastern parts of Ohio, and a very small sliver there of extreme northern West Virginia. So that's the concern for tomorrow. Now, this is a view of the future radar for tomorrow. We could have a tornado risk pretty much at any time tomorrow, but the greater concern will be in the afternoon. So we will not be live until then, probably. But this is what it looks like in the morning. Again, lots of storms out there, lots of convection. This is going to be a really rainy morning across the Northeast, where we'll have plenty of showers and storms out there throughout the morning. Now, by around 1 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I do think we're going to start to see a more organized area of thunderstorm activity in northern Ohio and back into parts of Pennsylvania eventually. But this line by 1 p.m. will be mostly a wind concern, but there will be a potential for a couple of tornadoes. By 3 to 4 o'clock, this continues to move east. We'll have more storm development right in here, and this is probably where the greater concern for tornadoes will start to ramp up around 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Eventually, by 5 to 6, this continues to plow east. By 7 to 8, I think the tornado risk is much lower, if not near zero. But we'll continue to watch storms moving towards New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and Delaware, where we'll continue to watch for at least some damaging winds. I'll have a more detailed breakdown of this in tomorrow's forecast. So again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, click the bell icon down below so you're notified when that video does come out. Right now, the tornado parameter values do really peak, though, as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Guessing that this is all on track and, you know, the forecast stays as is, we'll probably be live by 1 to 2 tomorrow, sometime up in like Pennsylvania and Ohio, and eventually this tornado risk rolls across Pennsylvania. So looks like mostly an afternoon risk. We will have storm chaser PA storm trackers, I believe, out there tomorrow. So they should be out there, and so we should be good to go with a storm chaser. We didn't have a storm chaser in the New England event, but what can you do? Just tagged you in 2 videos on Twitter? Okay. There's quite a bit of lightning. This is from Heather on Twitter. Look how much light. This is from Kansas City. Lots of lightning. Wow. That is crazy. Literally endless flashes of lightning right now in Kansas City. This is just moments ago. Please stream tomorrow. I mean, I'm planning on being live tomorrow. I don't know when, but I'm planning on being live. It'll probably be around 1 is my guess. Hey, by the way, Radar Wiley for the 5 get to members. I appreciate it. If you got to get to membership, make sure to thank Radar Wiley in the chat. And also thank you, GEW, for the $2 super chat. Very low. Very low. Anywhere in Missouri, it's a very low chance at this point. Thank you, Cricket, for the $10 super chat. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad I can help, and hopefully, you know, hopefully find something new, or, you know, whatever it might be, but tough to hear. But you don't have to super chat. By no means you have to super chat, especially with that situation. If I could refund it, I would, but I don't have the abilities to do that, so. Alright, this tornado warning does expire in 3 minutes. I'm guessing it's probably not going to be continued, but a guess is a guess. Still mostly a wind threat right now, going towards the radar site south of Lee Summit in western Missouri. We do have some wind damage over in Stillwell, Kansas. Reports of some 3-inch tree limbs down, or even some power poles broken, one or the other. Probably power outages is my guess, is why that report came out. The rest of this activity has all turned into a mesoscale convective system. So at this point, the main concern right now for both Kansas and Missouri will be damaging winds as this continues to track out to the east. But we could still get an isolated tornado. And if we do, it'll probably be somewhere in this activity back up near Harrisonville. I don't think anything's imminent, but it's going to be something to watch for. The storm in Iowa no longer is warned as a severe storm, so that's some progress being made on the severe weather threat so far tonight. Is that lightning? That was lightning. And Aubrey, Kansas is without power and just lost a tree, apparently, according to Heather. What time will the video come out? I mean, it's going to be early in the morning. Every video recently has been around like 7:30. I'm guessing tomorrow will probably be about 7:30 Eastern time. It'll be a bit earlier than the last couple mornings because the threat is probably going to be happening a bit earlier in the day. And tomorrow's video will be sponsored, by the way. Or I could do it Sunday, but it'll probably be tomorrow's. Dun dun dun. I know, Tucker. Do you even sleep? I mean, I actually get 8 hours of sleep usually. Usually. But, like, the videos come out early, but again, I record them late in the night. Like, I'll record that video probably at, like, 3 or 4 a.m. tonight and then go to bed after that. Like, that's how the schedule's been here for the last several weeks. Mainly because I mean, I can't go live. Like, I need a video out in the morning, otherwise I'm going to be live, you know, at night, and I won't be able to have a video in the afternoon. So, we've been doing that recently because of that. Usually we have them in the afternoon, like around 4 or 5 o'clock. But it's not possible to do that when we have live streams in the afternoon and evening. Alright, tornado warning has officially expired. Just like the milk in my fridge yesterday. Even though it's still on the map, there you go. Alright, it's gone. Do I do this full time? I mean, I'm technically college full time, but sure. Kind of both. St. Louis for tonight. Probably just isolated damaging winds. Aside from that, I wouldn't expect much over there. And that'd be like a late night sort of threat. One of your watchers donated to Connor at the car wash. I saw that. I saw that. We had it on stream there for a second. How much longer will I stream? I have no clue. I'm here. We'll see. See what happens. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with this, like, this threat here, because I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado with this activity. Shout out to Joe with the IRL donation. That was wild. It's definitely wild. By the way, we officially hit 100 members today, so we will do a gritty. Yay. At some point. I don't know when, because we're still kind of waiting to see what this activity does here near Kansas City, and if we get another isolated tornado risk here. It's still possible. So we'll continue to watch that closely. This is the Burlington, Kansas live shot on Radar Omega. Lots of lightning out there. You check the bats? Bats happened like 2 hours ago. I don't even think you can see them anymore. The amount of bats that still stay out there, like, right now is crazy. Like, this is all bats. This isn't rain. So, for those that are new to the channel, this is a bat takeoff. Actually, a couple of them. Everything that's on radar here are bats. So, everything that you see here is bats. Which is pretty crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
One tornado warning was issued. Back over in Minnesota, the same storm that we're talking about. All right, we'll wait for another radar scan there. But new tornado warning in Minnesota. That is going to be for Foston, west of Badgley. And we have a... Okay, we actually got 2 tornado warnings on this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. So we have 2 tornado warnings on just this storm. It probably is a bug or a glitch because they are both literally on the same storm. This is for Norman, Menominee, Clearwater, and Polk counties in Minnesota. It's the same storm, but again, we have 2 different tornado warnings. You can see that on Radar Omega, so there was actually 2. So, Wacoon, north of Bailu, Lengbai, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Wow. You know what's actually interesting about this? I don't even think this threat is going to last that long. Let's go back to the last 7 frames here. This storm's about to catch up with the other storm. We're going to have a full-blown storm merger here. So this tornado risk for a short amount of time after it merges will probably die out here. But no cap, they literally issued 2 tornado warnings on this. I don't know why. They're both all the same stuff. They're the same area. Just overlapped. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch. That is going to include western Missouri and very far eastern Kansas for damaging winds predominantly. So brand new watch for Warrensburg, Sedalia, Butler, Nevada, Fort Scott, El Dorado Springs. And we also have possibly a tornado trying to develop near Harrisonville in Kansas. This is a This is an anti-cyclonic area of rotation, which is not something you see every day. A little bit of rotation there. It's not imminent. Well, it might be imminent, but it's not, like, confirmed or anything yet. It's north of Harrisonville, Missouri. Should have another radar scan in a second, so we're going to wait for that. Yeah, well, somebody just said it in chat too. This anti-cyclonic rotation is literally on the southern side of that area of downburst winds that's leading into Pleasant Hill in Kansas. Just kind of crazy. And that's what we're looking at right there near Interstate 49. I'm gonna see if this tries to drop something. Somebody just asked in the chat, what's your opinion on store-bought shredded cheese? What? I'm not a food reviewer, and also, I don't have a clue. It's cheese. I mean... Do tornadoes always rotate in the same direction? No. Anticyclonic means clockwise, and this right here is rotating clockwise. I don't think it's imminent, but we're gonna see what this radar scan shows here. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look imminent. It did tighten there for a brief second. I mean, I wouldn't rule out like a brief EF0 tornado or something that just happened there, but like, it wasn't much. And everything else here looks like damaging winds. This watch was issued, and it's mostly for wind and hail. They didn't really mention the potential for a tornado on this, but I wouldn't rule out an isolated QLCS tornado with this activity, especially here. I mean, we got like a little hook that developed here, but the velocities just don't match up. So I think this is mostly still outflow driven. Thank you, Vincent, for the $4.99. I inadvertently chased the storm while driving my semi within 5 miles of the tornado-warned cell in Minnesota. Well, hopefully you have avoided it, because it's definitely not very safe. I mean, I inadvertently chase cheese curds sometimes when I go to Culver's. So, I mean, I don't blame you. I'm not seeing rotation really on radar here. I mean, again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be probably right in there where we have a little inflow notch. Again, just a lot of hail contamination here, so it's very tough to tell what is exactly happening on radar on this Minnesota tornado warning. But continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Try to see if we have any views of this storm. I don't see any, though. This is from Samuel Palome on Twitter. It's out of Kansas City. Look at that wind. This is a few minutes ago. Crazy. It's at least 60 miles per hour. Probably a little less than 80, but very windy, no doubt, at the ground level. We have a little bit of a tightening, it looks like, right now, just to the east of Winger. So again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be right there. Just to the south of Foston and southwest of Ledenby. Moving eastbound. At about 50 miles per hour. Do you like Family Guy? I mean, I've watched it before. People think I look like Peter Griffin, so... I don't know. It's not a bad show, though. Again, this tornado warning is in Minnesota right now. Fox for Kansas City just said the Kansas City viewing area had 2,000 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. That is crazy. You do look like him? So you guys are calling me fat, is what you're saying? Understandable. I should do a Peter Griffin cosplay sometime on one of these live streams. It'd be wild. Would be a wild time. Look like more like Joe from Family Guy. I'm not buff. I do not lift weights, like, ever. It's the glasses? It probably is, actually. It probably is. I don't even have a tornado down here. Got kind of a couple areas. That's one of them. Let's see what the velocity show. Again, this is the main area going towards Langby in Minnesota. It's hard to tell because we have a lot of hail contamination, but that would be the main location that I'm looking at for a tornado potential. Moving directly east at 50 miles per hour. Chicago's not getting severe weather tonight. Is this on the ground? We don't know. It's just radar indicated right now. If it was on the ground, we would be telling you. Okay. We might have a tornado trying to drop near Gowdy in Missouri. This area is going to be very interesting for the next, like, half an hour. That right there is pretty tight, at least pretty strong rotation that's developing near Gowdy and Pleasant Hill in Missouri. Unwarned area of rotation. No tornado possible label on this activity, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got something on this, because that's tightened over the last couple minutes here. Where's the second warning? Well, there's 2 tornado warnings, but they're on the same exact storm. Again, I'm not sure how that happened, but they double issued a tornado warning on that same storm for the same exact area. So, let's see what this radar scan shows. Okay, there's still some rotation. It's just, I mean, there's definitely rotation. No debris signature or anything like that, but there's rotation. We still got some anticyclonic rotation here near Orr. What's going on down here? Anything? There's like a little bit broad rotation near Harrisonville still too. That's actually cyclonic. I don't know. Nothing looks imminent here, but there's still some rotation up that direction. Max velocity ASMR. I've told this story before, but my first year of college, I almost did that. I almost did max velocity ASMR because my roommate. It almost happened. During, like, literally during live streams, I would have. Do I garden? No. I mean, I don't even cook. Somebody mailed me a crock pot. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. This will be a record-breaking year for tornadoes. 2011, I think, is still gonna lapse it by quite a bit. Just updated the warning. It is still radar indicated. You'll see both warnings, by the way. They overlap each other. One of my mods thinks I'm making fun of the crock pot. I'm not making fun of it. I'm just saying, I don't cook. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna use it for. That's all I'm gonna say. I couldn't even tell you. I don't even know what a crock pot does. I don't feel like I've ever seen, or I've never used a crock pot in my life. I don't even know what goes into a crock pot. So, there you go. Did you cook HelloFresh? I got HelloFresh, but unfortunately all the meat and stuff was melted. Or not melted, but like the ice was all melted, so the meat was warm when I got it. So unfortunately, couldn't really cook those meals. Even if I could, I have not had any time to. We've been live so much. It's unfortunate. And this tornado warning is for Beiju, Foston, and Winger in Minnesota. Is Sarah gonna eat better? I would eat better if we weren't live as much. That's the problem. Like, I'm live a ton, so unfortunately, it's kind of hard to do that. I should become a reaction channel. I'm a weather channel. Thank you. Belton almost done? I don't know where Belton is. If we're talking about like Kansas City area, like yeah, Belton is done pretty much. Just rain and lightning. You're gonna continue to hear a lot of rumbles of thunder probably for the next like, you know, hour probably, but it'll slowly but surely go away. Even got a little bit of rotation back over near Garden City. There's a couple of areas of rotation. I mean, it doesn't look very apparent just by looking at it because we don't have a lot of red there, but there is at least some rotation there. Southwest of Gun City. It's embedded in the storm, but there is a little bit of circulation there. So just something to watch for. And we might get a brief tornado somewhere in this activity. Maybe even near the radar site. I'm watching that area too. Another little notch near Archie, but that one's fully outflow driven. Okay, let's go back to Minnesota. And this is the Minnesota tornado warning. Area of rotation would be that right there. Again, it might drop a tornado. Again, unfortunately this area is a area where we have a large hailstorm, so we really cannot see clearly what is happening inside the storm just by looking at radar. But I do think the rotation's broader than what it once was. But again, just kind of based off of what we're seeing on velocities, which can be kind of hit or miss. But to me, this appears more like a wind concern right now, moving towards like Badgley and stuff. But if you're in those areas, obviously stay vigilant, have a tornado action plan in place, and multiple ways to receive alerts. Thank you, Mike, for the 5 gifted members. I appreciate it. If you got a gifted member, make sure to thank Mike in the chat. Appreciate the generosity. There's 100 and almost 15 members today that have been gifted. 30 of them were mine, but still. See you soon, Sandra. Yeah, we'll probably be live again tomorrow for tomorrow's threat. Was Minnesota supposed to have this threat tonight? Well, if you look at the tornado risk today, they removed it up here, but the actual severe weather risk does exist up here. It's just a marginal threat. Initially, I think this area was under a 2% tornado risk, but they removed it. Even then, there's been only brief instances where this storm has actually looked like it's going to produce a tornado. Like right now, it does not look like it's going to, in my opinion, but like we just don't really know 100% because we are still looking at a radar site that is pretty far away, and unfortunately the radar site is going into the hail core, which means that we are going to get some contamination in the velocities. So yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of that sort of situation. Now, we are seeing a storm merger here, so after this storm merges, we could see another tornado risk, but it might be a little bit till that happens. Thank you, Christina, for the $5 super chat. You can look up Dump and Go recipes on YouTube. Okay. Now, I'll have to look into it. I mean, I have an air fryer. I do use that a lot for a lot of my stuff. No problem, Michael. Send you 2 of my favorite recipes on Twitter. All right, I'll try to check them out. I'm so behind on messages. I have like 1,000 unread messages on Twitter. It is unhealthy. Oh, this actually, you mentioned me. I'll bookmark it, don't worry. Give it a whirl. The YouTube AI summary is about crockpots. That's actually funny. Alright, as of right now, again, we still have some rotation. This is the area of rotation near Langby in Minnesota. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the tornado warning. Let's go back to these storms, which, again, we have a couple. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning. We got tightening near Gun City, and we still have some rotation near Garden City. 2 unwarned areas of rotation in Minnesota, or not Minnesota, in Missouri right now. Those 2 right there moving east. If you're in Holden, Centerview, or even near Warrensburg, Missouri, just be ready. We might get a warning on this. A couple of little notches there. By the way, thank you to someone, I don't know your name, for picking up a Drunk NATO pint glass on shopmaxvelocity.net. Appreciate the support. What time is it? 10:52? Okay, so we should get another radar scan on this in a second. Your NATO is my crock pot roast. Okay. Oh, my arms. Just waiting for another radar scan here. We got a couple of unwarned areas of rotation. We could have a tornado on the ground for all we know near Gun City right now in Missouri. But, again, radar's only updating every, like, 4 minutes here. Alright, here we go. Let's see what this radar scan shows. Hopefully it's just a weakening trend, but we've had a couple of areas of rotation here. Yeah, it's a bit broader again near Gun City. I mean, I wouldn't have ruled out right there a brief tornado. And again, we're probably going to continue to see this low-end QLCS tornado risk in western Missouri here for like the next probably hour or 2. As these storms go towards Clinton and Warrensburg. It's fully rain-wrapped rotation too. So makes it a bit more dangerous if something actually does try to drop. All right, we got 7 more minutes on this tornado warning. We'll see if they issue another one here in a moment. If they do, it's going to probably include Badgley, Shevlin, Solway, Wilton, Bema, DG, and northern central Minnesota. Thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Was there a PDS? We have not had any PDS tornadoes today. We probably had about 10 tornadoes today on stream. Just all of them were super brief. Like, we had like 10 tornadoes that all touched down in Iowa. We also had one in Kansas that was brief too, but like everything today was brief. But we had multiple of them in Iowa. Watching virtual rail fans. Yeah, unfortunately they've been kind of in and out though. They've been lagging a lot, but it's better than nothing. And they are in pretty good locations for tonight. They have added a new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 and also quarter-sized hail. My guess is that they will probably cancel the tornado warning because there's no tornado possible label on this. Could be wrong, but that is my thinking. I don't see a whole lot of rotation on this anymore. It's not really in a great environment either for there to be a tornado. Thank you, Kim, for the $9.99. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. We did officially hit 300,000 subscribers in today's live stream if you missed it. And there you go. Canceled tornado warning. We're up to 301,000 subscribers. Crazy. Crazy times. Get some W's in the chat for all of our new members today and all of our super chats today. You guys have been insane. I appreciate the generosity. And appreciate the Venmo. If you Venmoed too, appreciate it a lot. Donated through the donation link. You know, purchased some merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. Any of that sort of stuff, I really do appreciate the support. You guys go well above and beyond to support the channel. It does help us to be able to do things like upgrading in the studio and stuff, so we appreciate your generosity. It means a lot. And also thank you to all of our mods and all that. You guys are awesome. This has probably been the most well-behaved live stream chat that I've seen in, like, probably a month tonight. I've watched it occasionally. Purple background light looks good. It is blue. I can make it like bright pink if you want. What's this? That blue looks nice. Now it doesn't. When my face goes into the camera, it looks worse. It looks nicer when I'm not in the camera. We may have a tornado dropping west of Blairstown, Missouri. That right there is what I'm looking at. Let's see. And it's kind of in the inflow. There's some rotation though there still. We're gonna watch that closely. Love the lighting. I do too. Absolutely love it. Tomorrow, I already talked about tomorrow like 30 minutes ago. If not, I will have a video. If you don't want to go back and look at it, I'll have a video tomorrow morning at like probably 7:30. Which that will again probably be sponsored. Yay! I was wondering why my flavor tasted so strong. It's on like a 4. It's a possibility of a tornado in Kansas City. Kansas City's already done. Your threat's done. I mean, you'll have more storms probably early tomorrow morning, but like, they just won't be that crazy. Still got a little bit of rotation too near Strasburg. Still a couple small areas of rotation. Again, I don't know if we're really going to get much out of this. Like, we might get an isolated brief tornado or two. Like, this one northeast of Garden City kind of had my attention, but we got a lot of areas that just have at least some rotation in this area. Kind of embedded in the line here that's moving to the east. Hey, questionable for the $5 super chat. I actually saw a couple photos on Twitter earlier. It looks interesting. But, like, I mean, I don't know if I'll play it. It's like $35 on Steam, I think. Which is pretty wild. April was awful. May was, too. Both months were awful. Hey, T Rumor for the $5 super chat. I'd say a hurricane size max, honestly. You know, Reed Timmer messaged me earlier today and said we should play golf sometime. We might have to do a Reed Timmer, Connor Croft, and Max Velocity golf match. With that said, I think we have a tornado on the ground. That right there, I think it's on the ground. I can't really tell. I mean, there's so much contamination here, but that right there, I think is a tornado on the ground that's unwarned near Rose Hill. And this was a tightening area of rotation a moment ago. So this is a QLCS tornado that just dropped south of Gun City and northeast of Garden City. It's probably not going to be on the ground for very long, but it's on the ground. Between Z and ZZ Road, near Latour. I kind of, I don't know if they'll issue a warning on it, but that looks like it's on the ground to me. It's possible it's contamination, so I'm not going to say 100%, but like, it was right where we had a tightening a moment ago. So it's very possible we just had a brief tornado northeast of Garden City. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get a warning on that, unless it continues for another scan. I'm not seeing anything else that looks definitive, but that right there looks like a tornado to me. Thank you, David, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I appreciate it. Put some hearts in the chat for David. Okay, that CC drop did go away on the latest scan. We'll see what the velocities show, though. I'd watch paint dry with Max. Thank you, Samurai, also for the $4.99. Appreciate the generosity. trying to look at my phone to see if I can try to verify that tornado either. I think there was a tornado on the ground there. I low-key think there was just a brief tornado there. Like, just matching it up. Looks like we just had a brief tornado there. But again, it was brief. It's QLCS tornadoes. This happens often. They don't have a tornado possible label on any of this, which kind of surprises me for this type of storm activity, but maybe it's just the National Weather Service office that doesn't want to do that. Because they didn't have one on the Burlington one earlier, which I don't know if that's in the same National Weather Service region. It might not be, but if it is, it might just be kind of a thing they don't really do. I don't know. But I do think we at least had a brief tornado there. I mean, the debris signature here was pretty small, but it was right over between ZZ and Z Road. And it was probably on the ground before that, so just north of Garden City. Do you want any other wall decor for behind you? You can send me something if you want. I mean, I'll consider it. If not, it'll at least be probably somewhere in here. So... if you send me something via mail, then I'll definitely consider it. I had somebody that said a while back that they would send me something to put up on the wall. I don't think I ever got that. Actually, it might have been the gritty sign. It might have been this. Somebody sent me Max Velocity, home of the gritty. So that might have been actually what it was about. Alright, I'm waiting for the next velocity scan here. Do the floss for nostalgia? Somebody said I should do the floss at 500,000 subscribers. But, like, it's a pretty basic dance. I don't know why that would have to be at 500,000. Alright, this looks like it's becoming outflow driven again, so we may have just had a brief tornado, but like, it looks outflow driven again. We'll give it a few more scans and see if anything happens, though. Am I going to college for? Meteorology. Do I want to know what the floss is? I mean, it's really basic. I mean, I'll do it right now. We'll do the gritty and the floss right now, might as well. I expect 5 new members, though, for this floss. For extra credit here. Alright, we'll do the gritty first. Alright, and then this is the floss. Let me go back a little bit. I don't know if you can get in the full screen here. Can't even get in the full screen because I'm too big. Hi. We need a floss emoji too. Somebody needs to... Let me lower the camera a little bit. Let's lower the camera real quick. Let me see if I can get a better shot of this floss. I went backwards that time. I'm not seeing enough movement. If anybody knows that joke. Alright. Somebody's currently making a gif of this? I don't doubt it, honestly. I would not be surprised. I am so hungry. I need food. When does McDonald's close? You know, Riley Dibble, Riley is somebody that works for Ryan Hall. He was telling me that in the Midwest, a large Diet Coke at McDonald's costs like $1.49 or something, or $1.69. For me, it costs like $2.50. Like, how is that even possible that it's that cheap? Thank you, Maggie, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Just do a dance stream? I'm not doing a dance stream. Unless it was like a members only thing. Me and Connor are going to do a gritty off, I think, when he's here. I subscribed for the weather. I became a member for the gritty. Appreciate Alpha with the $5 super chat. I mean, a lot of people did become a member for the gritty, because like every time we have like a gritty advertised, we always have a member goal for it. So, I mean, technically you're not wrong. I thought the 249 for a large soda at McDonald's was a normal thing. Apparently it's not, because I don't know, but apparently it's not. But I am hungry and I don't know what to get for food. What a dilemma to be in. It's my opinion on Beryl. Is it called Beryl? Is that how you pronounce Tropical Storm Beryl? It's probably gonna become. Honestly, I know it says Category 2, but it'll probably become a Category 3 hurricane with all we know right now. With that said, I mean it's gonna weaken as it goes into a more of a sheared environment, more than likely in the Western Caribbean. I am very confident that this will go into Mexico, but it could still go into the Gulf, but we don't really know. I would still give it like an 80% chance it just goes into Mexico. It's more of a threat for the Lesser Antilles right now, more than anything. Still got a little area of circulation near Quick City. Went towards Magnolia and Denton. Could still get a tornado with that. No debris signature, but just something to watch for. Thank you, Joe, for becoming a 3-month member. This channel is so different than a year ago. I know, it's pretty crazy. I guess this is what happens when you live stream almost every day for like 3 months straight. We're zoomed into Western Missouri right now. I kind of want a McChicken. Or not McChicken, but a McCrispy. Hey, Grim for the $4.99. Did you get our gift? Oh, you talking about the Crock-Pot? Oh, you're just tuning in? I thought you were here earlier. The Crock-Pot? I actually opened that like 2.5 hours ago. Or 2 hours ago. I appreciate the gift. I don't know if you were here, but if you weren't here, then I do appreciate your generosity. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to use the Crock-Pot or when, but it'll probably happen at some point in the future. I call it soda, not pop. I don't know who calls it pop. Pop sounds cool, though. DoorDash food to you? I'm not going to DoorDash it. DoorDash is too expensive. I've said this like 95 times. No problem, Grim. I appreciate it, though. Hey, Cylinder, or Cylindrop. That's a long name for becoming a member. Oh, there's no way that many people call it pop. What? I mean, I usually call it Diet Coke. I usually just call it by the name. I don't usually call it soda to begin with. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really feel like that's even that much of a rotation. There's like a little bit of rotation there, but... yeah, just another QLCS tornado here. I did not realize this many people called it pop. That's crazy. A bacon quarter pounder with cheese? I can get that for $6.59? No way. I'm getting it. I'm getting a bacon quarter pounder from McDonald's. That's a big W in the chat. I didn't realize they had that back on the $6.59 combo meal thing. They got rid of that, for me at least, for a little while. The $5 meal deal? I don't really like it. I don't like the McDouble that much. It's kind of just like, eh. Like, personally for me, the meal deal is literally just a repeat of what it already was. Because I've always had the offer where you get like $5 for like, you get the McDouble, you get the like small fry or whatever. Like that stuff already was $5 like a year ago, and it still was like even half a year ago. So it's not even a meal deal. Like, they're just a big promotional plug for literally something they already offered, like, not even half a year ago. For at least my location had it, so. And honestly, I don't even like McDouble. It's very mid. The quarter pounder's mid too, but it's at least, I guess, real? I don't know. Thank you, Berman, for the $1.99. Enjoy your Diet Coke. Appreciate it. Here's the latest scan. I still have some rotation there. I think this is more of wind comparatively to rotation, just for what it's worth. Just looking at velocities here. Waiting for the next velocity scan here, but... Please don't get McDonald's, it's so bad for you. I am well aware. 'Tis the season. As we go into, whatchamacallit, off-season of weather, like severe weather, we'll have healthier cooking. Hopefully. But tomorrow's video is sponsored, and that means that I'm getting another shipment of Factor boxes. Yay! But tomorrow's video will be sponsored by Factor. But I'm getting some more Factor meals. I'm excited for that. Meaning I get more food. And still watching this area for maybe an isolated tornado. We'll give it another scan or two here. Okay, Tucker. Thank you, Shelly, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocities. Appreciate the generosity. Here's the latest scan. Yeah, again, I'm thinking this is more going to be a wind threat from here. Let me go back to this. Looks more like a wind threat right now across this line. We had like a brief stint here where there could have been a tornado, and I think we at least had one, but it was just very brief. Am I ever going to play Twisted? I mean, I've heard about it, but I don't really play games that much. Dr. Pepper's mid? I actually have to agree unless you're in Texas. Dr. Pepper in Texas just hits different for some reason. Like, you know, I don't know. In Texas, it just hits different. I don't know why. Like, when I lived in Texas, that was my to-go drink. In, like, Florida, I just don't like it at all. It's so mid. I don't know why. It's very weird. Dr. Pepper is nasty. I don't know. In Texas, it hit different. For some reason. Became a storm chaser on Roblox. Congratulations. Mr. Pibb? Mr. Pibb's pretty good. But it's not as good as Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper in its prime was way better. Am I doing a Q&A anytime soon? I mean, we could do like a members-only Q&A, but it's kind of hard to do that in a stream like this. I mentioned this earlier, but if you're just tuning in, didn't already hear, we were originally going to be doing a members-only golf stream with Connor Croft. It sounds like that's probably going to be public, so for those that are wondering, we'll probably end up doing that public on both channels. I'll not take the Dr. Pepper slander. I'm just saying, I mean, it's better in Texas. I don't think it's good at all in, like, Florida at all. Thank you, Steven, for the 199. Dr. Pepper 0? I don't know if I've ever had that. For those wondering, any part of Missouri right now, it's probably gonna be all wind from here. I think the tornado risk is dying, at least on this storm. Like, this entire line, it should be mostly just a wind threat. And the storms in Minnesota should also be the same. Mostly wind and isolated hail. Maybe a brief tornado, but I kind of doubt it. Coke is better than Pepsi. Pepsi versus Diet Coke, though, I could say Pepsi's better, but I don't like having Pepsi because of the sugar aspect. Don't personally like that. You know, I could have come and saw you at Disney World, but I didn't. I'm lazy. Okay. Thank you for your comment. I actually had somebody recognize me at Disney. I had somebody recognize me today. It's like, not like a daily occurrence, but... Would I get 5 Big Macs or 1 quarter pounder with cheese? Definitely 1 quarter pounder with cheese. Sky, I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't know what that is. I can tell if there's hail on radar. I mean, there's a few ways. If you see like pink and white and black, at least on this radar with our color table, like high DBZ values, that can often be a sign of hail or heavy rain. CC, which is the correlation coefficient, also gives you an idea if that there's hail. There's not any good examples here, but if you get a CC drop over a large chunk of hail or a large hail core, high DBZ values, you can tell there's probably hail there. And yet again, we still have a little tightening here near Magnolia. I don't know. I don't think this is a tornado, but still something to watch for. It's kind of outside of where the reflectivity values are. I think it's mostly just rain. Or it's mostly wind, I mean. You know what's crazy? In 5 minutes, this stream will be 4 hours long. I did not think we'd be live for 4 hours today. Just gonna give this another scan. Again, I think this is wind. I just have it circled to see if it actually is rotation or not on the next scan. Which here's the next scan. Yeah, it still looks like wind. Maybe a little bit of rotation. Just kind of the leading edge and kind of the notch to this line. What the sigma? What the sigma is right. 4 hour 300k celebration. It would have been perfect if today's live stream was exactly 3 hours for 300k subscribers. You think Kansas has a chance of severe storms on Saturday? What's today? Is today Friday? I keep forgetting the day. If tomorrow's Saturday, then there is a chance, but it'll be mostly southern Kansas. And even northern Kansas could see storms, but I mean, again, severe weather mostly on the southern side of the state. Is Ryan Schull here, the legend? Do you ever sleep? No, not really. Actually, I do sleep. I get usually 8 hours of sleep. Believe it or not. With that said, that sleep usually happens from 4 a.m. until about 12 p.m. Give or take an hour. I make the videos usually at like 3 in the morning, so the information is still relevant and actually accurate. And I upload it at like 6:30. There's no way that's cap. It's not cap. Let me look at my sleeping record here. iPhone actually tells you the sleeping record. Let's check it out. I had 8 hours and 9 minutes of sleep yesterday. Check out the monthly average. Okay, the monthly average isn't as good as I thought. But we got 7 hours and 21 minutes for an average over the last month. You can tell when I was on vacation and when I wasn't on vacation, by the way. Look at that graph. You can actually see it on there. You can literally see when I was on vacation. I had to get up at 8 in the morning at Disney World. Like that's literally Disney in the middle. That's like 8 a.m. when I woke up. My last six-month average is 8 hours and 23 minutes. That's actually pretty solid. That is pretty solid. So boom, I was not lying. The last week, which I've been live every day this week, 7 hours and 55 minutes of commercial-free music. That's actually crazy. I've never looked at that before. Thank you, Sean, for becoming a member, and welcome to the Velocity. Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. I never look at these statistics, but that's actually wild. It's really funny that you can see when I was on vacation on there, though. Literally the most massive drop when I go to bed is instead of, you know, usually when I would go to bed, that bedtime was like 10 or 11 o'clock usually when I was in Disney World. What a crazy time to be alive. I finally got a hotel tonight, so I better get 8 hours of sleep. Do you usually not get a hotel? I don't know how some storm chasers get hotels like every night, some don't at all. I know Connor, he usually just sleeps in his car, I think. Or at least sometimes. I don't know if he still does that. I think he used to, though, at least. He has like an air mattress in the back of his car. Why does this live stream have 47 dislikes? I don't know. Maybe 47 people just don't like cheese curds. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. Our car camp all the time. It's not bad whatsoever. I wouldn't think it would be. I mean, if you have the AC running, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't just sleep in your car instead of like a $100 hotel or whatever it is. Like, if I was a storm chaser, I'd probably just do that as long as it's like a safe area. I would. Like, no problem. You save a lot of money being in a car. Thank you, Popcorn, for the $2 super chat. I will talk more about Ohio in tomorrow's video. I also talked about it like an hour ago on the live stream. So go back to that if you want. 47 boring people. Can't disagree. You need a raise, sir? Okay. I can't really give myself a raise. Mine was 78 bucks. That's not bad. There are some that are like 150, which is just absurd. 47 people got stuck in the mud. Connor got stuck in the mud, by the way. I don't know if you saw that, Ryan. He got stuck in the mud again. Third time in the last, like, 3 months, I think, or 2 months. I gave the video a like. Awesome. Culver's is calling. I'm gonna get McDonald's. I was gonna get a McDouble. Or not McDouble. A quarter pounder with bacon and cheese. It's actually, I haven't had that in a while. I usually only get the one with cheese. Because I got rid of the option for the combo thing recently. But it's back. So I'm gonna get a quarter pounder with bacon and cheese. I already grittied. I also flossed in today's live stream. Added to the bonus as well. So we're not doing another gritty. Supersize your meal. I'm not queso. I don't need like 29 McDoubles or whatever. He always gets stuck in mud. He does. Third time. It's crazy. The first time, it took forever for him to get out, but the last 2 times, it only took him like 20 minutes. Today was probably about 20 minutes. But he had friends in the area, which helped. Queso just caught a stray. Bro, I've mentioned his name at least 3 times in this live stream. I missed the gritty and floss. You sure did. You also probably missed us hitting 300,000 subscribers, which happened, I don't know when. Probably about 20 minutes in today's stream. I really enjoyed today's live stream. It's been a good live stream. I mean, at least the tornadoes were really brief today. You know, today wasn't a bad day. I wasn't really expecting it to be that bad, aside from all the wind, but... Sorry, I'm commenting in somebody's chat while I'm live. Crazy stuff. We shouldn't even still be live, I'm just here. Now Mr. Dibble is in the chat. I'm literally typing in his stream, and now he's typing in mine. That's wild. You say $5 meal deal. I'm getting the quarter pounder with bacon and cheese. They closed in like 35 minutes, so I have to kind of go like soon. So, good times. I'm back in the stream. Welcome back. You might not be here for much longer, though. Further reminder, by the way, if you want to support the page, you can purchase merch from shopmaxvelocity.net. You got Drunknado merch. wine tumbler, pint glass, very popular stuff. Max Hydration, and also all of our logo products, all very high quality. We also just added a new Max Velocity sticker, and shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's also in the description. And if you want to become a member of the channel, all that stuff, the links are down there. If you want a personalized video, there's a cameo in the description. Lots of interesting things down there. So highly recommend you check that stuff out. But aside from that, I'm going to go get a McDouble or a quarter pounder with bacon or whatever it is. And I'm also going to go to sleep. And we'll be live again tomorrow probably. So again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe, like the stream. Look at my feed. I have a $5 meal deal right now. You do? Let me look. There's no shot you actually have that. That's actually crazy. But I do appreciate you guys all tuning in. We'll have a video tomorrow morning if you're wondering about Ohio or the Ohio Valley or Pennsylvania, whatever it might be. We'll be breaking that down for you in detail with the video tomorrow morning. So, Ryan Schuller just said, Riley, we did not ask, by the way. So, take the L, Riley. Appreciate you guys all tuning in, though. We'll see you guys all again tomorrow. And, yeah. By the way, take the L. Here you go. I'll do the take the L dance, but I don't feel like getting up. All right, see you guys all again soon, and we'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye.